All right, I think the YouTubes are going. Give me 1 second. I want to make sure TikTok and Facebook are running. All right, Facebook is about to be live. Bada bing, bada boom. And TikTok, like it's live. TikTok is live. I'm going to double check before we get going that it's live everywhere where lives are live. We're live on the horizontal channel for sure. Let me go to the vertical. Let's see now. We're live on the vertical. So we're rocking and rolling, and I can see that we're live on TikTok and Facebook now. So we should be ready to rock and roll. And speaking of which, being ready to go, fucking Ems is with us. Good to see you,
What's up?
Ems.
How are you doing?
You know what? I can't complain. How you doing?
I'm pretty good. We should do like a sub-Muslim topic one day if you want to co-host.
Yeah, actually, I would really enjoy that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think we could kind
What
of.
with your hand?
Oh, well, see, sometimes people do dumb things, and the dumb thing that I did is I bought a pocket knife that doesn't have a
wow.
lock when it's open. And I was gonna stab a hole through a piece of plastic, and it closed on my finger and
Fuck.
cut it like really fucking deep. And so I can't bend it because
You
it'll
could?
reopen the wound because it's on top of my knuckle. It went like all the way down. Every time I bend it, it just comes right open. So I gotta keep
Did
it.
you need stitches?
Probably, but I didn't fucking. What are you gonna do? I can glue it. I'll super glue it. I'm probably gonna get like a fucking staph infection over here. Oh man, I'm in
I
trouble.
mean, that is one way to get rid of the problem. The finger.
Yeah, just take the finger right off. I don't know if I needed it. I've got 9 more. So like,
I've actually considered like taking a piece of my finger off to get away from military service. It
oh
is that
shit,
bad.
that's what's up. Yeah. You know what? I would if yeah compulsory
1 to 3
compulsory.
years.
I get why nations do it, but I feel like compulsory services. It to me it's weird because like some people are adamantly like against violence, which is my stance. I could never join the military and kill people because I have
But that is optional. It's optional in the U.S., but in the Middle East, like wars happen every Tuesday. So
right. You have to, yeah. Kind of like even in Mexico, you get conscripted. I think for at least 2 years.
it makes sense in
So
those places and even here, but it wouldn't make sense to do it in the U.S. when you're the one going out to kill people.
you nailed it. Yeah, you nailed it. Yeah, hopefully we'll get out of this mess soon. But nevertheless, hey, welcome in, friends. It's Friday night. I'm gonna move this chair out of the way though. There we go. And we're ready to rock and roll. I've got some super chats. I think we have a guest already loaded up, AJ. I'll make one announcement though. Friends, I love you, but please don't request if you're not a believer. If you're an atheist, I can't have you on the live stream. It's not that I don't care about you. I do really care about you. The problem is that it messes with my numbers. And I'm already doing short streams in the summer because my son's here. I'm only doing like 4-hour streams, so it's really important for me to like actual have real debates going. But Power Ranger, thank you for the super chat, my friend. Says, learning about so many cool mythologies from the UK, Ireland, and Scotland lately. So sad how the creatures and entities ended up getting put in the box of demon by Christians over the centuries. Diverse myth is beautiful. I agree, actually. And some of the early church fathers and people that were engaged in disputation, they had some interesting things to say about it. It was weird because they wanted to admit, because like there were supernatural phenomenon that people claimed. And so they wanted to admit that it actually happened. They didn't want to be like, oh, you're lying, right? So they would like, oh yeah, sure it happened, but obviously it was a demon. But this is cope. They're just coping. I mean, realistically, if it happened, how could you tell if your god was a demon or their god was the demon? They're coping just like people are coping today. And Gordon Loves Science, thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, Gordon. I love science too. And helping Mega Deconstruct, great to see you tonight. Thank you also for sending out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships and for the super chat. I can smell Doug starting the grill. Rock hard for Doug. Simply Wet for Sharon. I was just saying this too. I really need to go to the store and get more of those soft pretzels that you can heat up and eat during stream when people are pretzeling. But I got rid of the my I had like a little toaster oven in here, but it was taking up too much room. So I'm not sure what I'm gonna do just yet. Maybe I'm just gonna buy prepackaged, like sealed soft pretzels that you don't have to heat up rather than the frozen ones. Handsome Cat, good to see us. Sell Your Cloak and Buy a Sword is often cited as a pro Second Amendment Jesus first, but it was just to fulfill a prophecy to be numbered amongst the transgressors. Yeah, of course. So when Jesus instructed them to get 2 swords, remember, they brought 2 swords and he's like, it is enough. If he was absolutely gonna do a revolt and do a war, you need more than 2 swords. What a buffoon. Obviously what was happening was he needed pretext to get arrested, number 1, and number 2, he needed theoretically to fulfill a prophecy. So yeah, you nailed it on the head. And last super chat, we're gonna get our guest Inam just dropped. I was about to grab you, Inam. Inam, get back in the box. I was just about to pull you up. Async, thank you for the super chat.
We had a few days ago, there was a panel in which a Algerian guy was bragging that his entire career is him posing as a gay person on Grindr and then luring out gay people in Algeria to get them arrested.
That's crazy. Yeah. And that's why religion poisons everything, because people will act on it. Yeah.
He was so proud of it, and I asked him, was he pretending to be the top or the bottom?
He didn't like that, did he?
And he was saying, no, I was the top. I was the top.
Yeah, I'm sure you were. I'm sure you were. Hey, Gretchen, good to see a 4-hour stream. Chump change. Well, Gretchen, you know what's happening. I'm on summer hours, and so my streams are a little bit shorter, and that's okay. But that just means that we have to really pack in the debates. I'm probably going to do some shorter debates as well, rather than stretching them out for like an hour. Gotta maybe try to keep them under a half hour if we have a bunch of people waiting. If you want to debate, there's a link on the screen. If you're not using TikTok, it's tiny.cc/DZ live. There's a clickable version of the link in the description of the video. If you're on TikTok, though, you can just hit the guest request button and you'll get dropped into the TikTok queue, and we'll pull you up when we get a chance. All right, let's get King in here. Maybe I see loading dots of doom over here. King might connect. Enam was crashing out in the comments, got in my guest box, and then left my guest box like right after it. He is saying, repent or go to hell, accept his forgiveness. Sure. If you can prove that this God is real and that there is a hell, maybe I would repent. But it seems like you're going to have to prove those things before we can move on to that particular endeavor. Like always, like if there was real evidence for something, I would change my mind. But there's no evidence, right? So like, if I just went out and said, hey, like as it turns out, all tractors are sexy, and you're like, I don't think so. It would be up to me to actually give you some statistics to demonstrate that all tractors are sexy. Let's get foreign laboratory staff, and that's, I'm sure, not a troll name at all. Although I think I've talked to this person before. I could be wrong. It sounds familiar, at least. How you doing, foreign laboratory staff?
Hello. I joined in order to, well, I guess ask you what your thoughts are in regards to the Epicurean paradox.
Are you a believer?
No.
Okay. Well, we're just doing debates, my friend, but I'll drop you and answer your question. So the Epicurean paradox is akin to if God's all powerful and all merciful, omnibenevolent, then he wouldn't cause unnecessary suffering. If there is unnecessary suffering, then either he's incapable of preventing it, he doesn't know about it, or he actually wants it and he's not all good. That's basically the Epicurean paradox. Now, what Christians will say is like, well, yeah, the God is actually the torture and all the bad stuff is actually good. Those are good things, because, like, I don't know, there's soul building, or there is, any number of different things. And unfortunately, none of those things work, because if God's all powerful, then he doesn't need to torture anybody to do soul building. See, this hermeneutic, this apologetic assumes that the only way you can grow as an individual is getting the shit kicked out of you, and that's just not really how things work at all. In fact, it's been pretty well proven now that not just animals, but also humans respond and adapt long term by responding to positive reinforcement rather than negative reinforcement. Negative reinforcement can definitely induce some temporary behavioral changes, but long term behavioral changes are actually typically from positive reinforcement. So that's why I think the God of the Bible, if he exists, he's an idiot. He should know that you can't just send a tornado at a city and then expect them all to repent. That's preposterous. Space Lord, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, fuck it, we'll do it live. We are doing it live right now. Mexican food for dinner tonight. Oh, wait, you haven't. Then board games for me. Have a good life. I've got so many questions. Well, what kind of board game are you playing? And what are you having? Mexican pizza, tacos, burritos? I'm still... Listen, I don't hold too many grudges, but I'm still upset at Taco Bell. Do you guys know about the fiery taco shell? It was part of the original Dorito Locos. I'll show it to you. It's unbelievable. And basically, it's really similar to like a super spicy Dorito if you've never had one. I'm going to put it on the screen. Oh, I didn't need that. I thought that was an image, not a TikTok. I don't need no TikTok videos. There we go. I'm going to put this on the screen, y'all. Okay, so this amazing feat of nature was created, I don't know, by some scientists in a lab somewhere. I'm not entirely sure how it works. It just is one of those things that it did happen, and I was grateful for it. So it should be on the horizontal screen, and now we got it on the vertical screen. All right, so this bad little boy it's like a Dorito, but it's like super spicy. It's like a spicy Cheeto, and it's amazing. And then they brought it out, and I fell in love with it, and then they took it back. So that's the only grudge I've held. I've been holding it for a long time. I am willing to forgive Taco Bell for this infraction, but I'll never forget. I might forgive, but I'll never forget. Anyways, Pooh Hawks, thank you for your donation, friend. I really appreciate that. And Async Network coming in again says, caved on the first call. You need an enforcer, Jay. It's crazy. They didn't even make it to like the guest box. Isn't that wild? It's one of those things. I would reiterate, we're doing like 4-hour streams over the summer. So if you want to debate, you can't wait until like 7 o'clock to get into the guest queue. The guest queue is already going to be full, and there probably won't be time for you. And I get it. Nobody like wants to be the first caller. I get it. But if you wait later in live, you're probably not going to get a chance to talk. But nevertheless, thank you for being here. And I think Leo again is in queue. I don't know why, Leo, you keep coming back, my friend. I'm going to read some super chats till we get a guest. VD, like VD Vicious. You understand you understand that sounds really bad. Right? MZ, you know what VD stands for, right?
VD. Well, I'm not sure what that is in reference to.
It's an abbreviation we use here in the States for venereal disease.
Ah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this person's got a vicious one. Anyways, VD Vicious. Yo, Justin, you're the GOAT. Keep up the good work, man. Hey, thank you, Vicious. And I can see why you've got a flame in your comment now, because, probably doing some scratching. But nevertheless, thank you for being here. I really appreciate you, friend. And the Knights Who Say Knee, good to see you, says, never heard of you discuss Deuteronomy 21, 1 through 7. Pretty savage. I don't actually usually do that. I usually skip down to like verse 10, but we could actually. There's in Deuteronomy 21 and in Deuteronomy 20, there's like some what we might consider, I don't know, pretty vicious laws, and even in 25. But I'll show you. Deuteronomy 21 is about like an unknown murder, and it shows up in the book of Numbers too. Actually, there's two things in the book of Numbers very similar to this, but I'll read it for you. This is basically you find a body and you're like, hey, what's going on here? And it's a doozy, by the way. If in the land that the Lord your God is giving you to possess, a body is found lying in the open country, and it is not known who struck the person down, then your elders and your judges shall come out to measure the distances to the towns that are near the body. The elders of the town nearest the body shall take a heifer that has been never worked, one that has not pulled the yoke. The elders of that town shall bring the heifer down to the wadi with running water, which is neither plowed nor sown, and shall break the heifer's neck there in the wadi, so on and so forth. So basically, you have to do a burnt offering of sorts for the dead person, but nobody's going to get arrested because nobody knows who did it. But this is actually
By the
pretty
way,
common.
I'm curious, what field would you have went to if not engineering, and nothing biblical either?
That's a good question.
If you had to redo your life and like go down a different path, in which engineering is not an option.
Finance.
Huh, I did not expect that.
Yeah. I've been a numbers guy from way back. I love investing. I'm also a prude with money. I don't spend it unless I have to. Oh boy. But yeah, I've always been interested in finance from a young age. Somebody told me once when I was younger, he goes, you know those guys with finance degrees? I'm like, yeah. You know the ones that actually work in finance? I'm like, yeah, I've seen them. Like, have you ever seen a poor one? I'm like, no. In fact, I never have. There's probably a reason for that.
I think, and Chad can correct me, but I feel like now after you've mentioned it, you kind of look like you have a course.
If you sign up now, 3 easy payments of $99.99, I'll send you a video on how you can become rich investing in mutual funds and fucking cryptocurrencies. Oh, geez. It'd be bad. 1 million ants. Good to see you, buddy. He said, hey, head chief, have you had any appearances outside of the line AXP recently that we might have missed? And any upcoming Christian hates the Bible? We just did that yesterday. I don't know if I have, but I know on. Shoot, I was on somebody's channel not that long ago doing an interview. I already forgot who it was, but October 10th, I'm going to be in New York with Blitz and Ian, and we're going to be doing a stage debate with Blitz and Ian. I have to talk to Travis still yet. I'm sorry, that's the name of the guy that's setting it up. You guys don't know Travis. But anyways, I think we're also going to set up a stage debate, just me versus somebody else. Now, what I don't know is whether or not it's going to be live, if they're going to stream it, or if it's just going to be recorded. I don't know that yet. So maybe I'll check in on that, see what's up. But if it's live, I mean, I think it'd be a lot of fun. Also, hold on, there's something right here. There we go. Sorry about that. But yeah, I mean, that's what we got coming up in the nearest. And Wraith, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat, my friend. Says, life for atheists here. So I need no deconversion, but there are plenty who are going through it. That's true. So I send support where I can. Hope this 20 helps. Helping people question is never a bad thing. Wraith, it does help. And it helps to support this channel so we can keep doing what we're doing here. But yeah, big W for never falling and getting lost in the sauce. A lot of us did. All right, let's get Planet in here, and hopefully we'll have a good connection and our first guest for the night. Welcome in, Planet.
Yeah, what's going on?
I need to invest in a mask and then I can join you.
Actually, I can make that work for you. Okay. Planet, are you at least 18?
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, I'm billions of years old.
Okay. I'm sorry. How old?
Billions, man, with a B. I'm a
You're
planet
you're
Earth, so
you're billions of years old, huh?
yeah.
Can you speak in your mic a little closer? A little bit
Yeah, can you hear
quiet.
me? Yeah. Can you hear me? I just
Yeah.
actually just
Well,
got the new iPhone. I got the new iPhone Air, so the mic is, I think, on the bottom or it could be on the
yep.
top.
Nailed it on the bottom.
Okay. Hello.
Yep. So we are talking to people right now. Unfortunately, we're not talking to planets. Is there a person over there?
Are you saying that I can't identify myself as a planet?
You can identify as stupid. We're gonna get Leo D. Midori in here, or Midoriya. Oh well. I assume it's one of those red pillars that hates trans people that can't actually engage in the topic. They just want to run around to atheist lives complaining about the trans community. How you doing, Leo? Leo?
My name is bad.
He's gonna be a Phil, bro.
Probably.
What the fuck is going on?
Leo, did you mean to request up or did you get up here by accident?
This is. I'm not about the office.
Can you even hear me?
See, I have now. That's my network.
Who are you talking to? That's
I
wild.
had issues with my net.
With your what?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can all hear you.
Can you hear me now? I had issues.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can all hear you.
We are going by the prompt, yeah.
Yeah, that's the goal. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Okay. I have a question. What's your basis for?
I'm going to
my
need
God
you
being
to
imaginary in
answer my
quotations?
first two questions. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Do you get me?
I don't get you. I need an answer. Are you at least 18?
Hold
We
on.
don't talk to children.
Can you get me now?
We can hear you the entire time. Are you at least 18? Are you still alive? Okay.
Yeah, I am. I'm having issues with my internet connection. I think I have to get to the office first.
Yeah, I would
I have to go
imagine
down
you
now.
want some real reception to do this. It's very loud, by the way, the background noise.
I feel the pain. Wi-Fi in Africa is a rarity, so.
Yeah, I believe that. Have you seen, well, maybe there's this weird thing that happens in some cities here in the US where like the city will have a mesh network across the city. I don't understand why every city isn't doing that. That just seems like a no-brainer. That'd be awesome.
What is that?
Where basically there's free Wi-Fi for the whole city.
Ah, wow.
Pretty cool.
You know what they do here? It's they charge you for quotas on the Wi-Fi. So, for example, you buy quotas, like for example, 140 gigabytes for the entire month. It's kind of insane.
You can get a plan like that here, but it's not 100% necessary.
And this is the only option because they have a monopoly. So
true.
The military is the one providing internet.
That's a real problem. Well, let's get the other Leo in here, and I guess we're going to have an update on this peer-reviewed paper.
Oh, nice.
Welcome in, Leo.
How's it going, Justin?
It is going. How are you?
I'm swell.
Good to hear. What's on your mind today?
Just wanted to talk to you about something Atheist Cats had brought up to me. And
you talked to Atheist Cats?
Yeah.
Oh, he's cool.
He is. I just wanted to ask you, would you consider air being, all right, obviously air is an inorganic thing. Would you agree to that?
What do you mean by inorganic?
Like it's not organic.
I don't know what you mean by organic. It's made of like particles and like molecules, like gases.
Right.
I
And
think
so,
it just means it's not made from carbohydrates. That's all.
that's where I just wanted to kind of ask you about that. He asked me a question. He says, how could some organism have an ability to use something inorganic? And
Okay.
I was just thinking about how we breathe air, and if air's inorganic, as he stated to me, I was thinking that's our attribute. That's what our organics use as an attribute or an ability. And so I was
So
wanting to see what you thought about that.
I might not fully understand the question, but I think what you mean by inorganic is like it's non-biological. Is that what you're trying to
Y-
say?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. So what's the question about air in relation to
So
humans?
So I was asking him if he had thought, or maybe if he would believe that there's an originating biological organism, like from all the way back to the beginning of creation. And I asked him that, and he's like, "Okay, sure." And so I told him that I believe that this organism is unseen to us due to a inorganic uh, attribute that it releases. And so I was just wanting to infer with you on how something inorganic can be used by something organic.
Well, I think your
What
question
is
is
the
unrelated
problem?
to your statement.
Uh-huh.
Right. I'm just wanting to infer with you on just the fact, or just the question on if something organic can use have like an attribute that is inorganic,
Well,
and that's why I was
l-
thinking
well,
human
life
breathing
is
air.
life is all chemistry. Like everything in our body is chemistry. Like we're just made up of molecules.
See, that's what I was trying to get across to him, but it was just like a total mass. Like, let's ask him about other things that are inorganic, and I was just like sitting there for about 30 minutes with them talking about random stuff like bees and how they fly, and I was just getting strongmanned over bees. I was kind of just wanting to infer with you on it.
Yeah, I
But
mean that's what I was saying.
that's really all I wanted to ask you. And then uh I guess my last question is before I go, would you be okay with just you? I'll just send it to you and you can just look at it whenever. I'm gonna send you like a full detailed report of what I believe.
Sure.
Sure.
Mhm.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and send it to you, and then you can go ahead and do what you got to do, and that's it for me.
Okay. Well, hope you're doing well, Leo, and I'm sure we'll talk again soon.
Thanks for having me.
Cheers, buddy.
Sure.
Well, I'll tell you what, Leo's nice. I wish we could convert him to our side of things because he seems like a nice individual. He just might believe in some odd things, but nevertheless, we're struggling. We've had a number of people come up and then run or not get connection. So we'll get an opposition guest in here shortly, I'm sure. We're only about 28 minutes in. If you're watching on something other than TikTok, the link is on the screen over here on vertical, over there on vertical, and over there on horizontal. It's tiny.cc/DZ live. You could type it into your browser, or you can just click the link in the description and it'll take you to a page. You don't have to sign up for anything. All you got to do is put in your, what you want to use for your audio and video, and boom, you're going to be put into the queue. If you're on TikTok, just hit the guest request button. You'll be pulled into the conversation just like anytime else. Ems, we're going to say something?
I was gonna ask you, did you get the chance to ask about the thing I told you about for insomnia?
Not yet, but I've got a scheduled appointment coming up, so we're going to do some dialogue.
Let me know what he says.
Yeah. For sure. All right. Well, we do have one guest in. I was going to read a couple of super chats, but let's get a guest in here. Let's get the juicers going. I was eating I think grapes the other day on the hang up, and there was I couldn't tell if it was an atheist or Christian just crying that I was eating on stream. It was wild. Andres, how you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Hey, I can't complain. Are you at least 18? and they're gone. Okay. All right. I need that South Park clip, and it's gone. And get that on the soundboard. Although last stream there was some really good suggestions for the soundboard that I have to load up still yet. I'm going to be working on that. Okay. Well then, I guess friends, I'll read some super chats here. And I just saw this come in. Holy shit! Randy is in the house. Randy, thank you for sending out 20 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. That is huge. I super appreciate that, friend. And that means, hey, if you got one of those free gifted memberships, go to the YouTube channel, the one you just got a membership to. Go to perks. You're going to see a link for a deconstruction cheat sheet. Check it out. You're going to like it. You're going to love it. I've got like a micro version of it in my merch shop that you could put on your desk. And then I'm also, because of Twisted Scriptures, dumping the cheat sheet into book format on Amazon. So we'll get that going. But that'll need lots of addition changes. Saints Unite, how you doing?
Hey man, how you doing? My name's
I can't
Jacob.
complain.
Yeah, so I've been a Christian. Oh, cool, nice. Yeah, I'm having a good day so far. It's quite late for me now, but yes, I've been a Christian for 2 years, and I was previously an atheist for around 14 years. So I believe that it was completely illogical for there to be a God. To even believe that means you're just ignorant, and you want a book to, like, you know, structure your life because you're closed-minded. Like, that's what I believed for that entire time, until I came to the realization that maybe just because I'm living my life and I don't have a verbal response from some sort of being that is outside of reality every time I ask, hey God, are you real, that he isn't real. Like, the fact is,
I gotta
God,
tell you, sorry
God
to
in the
interrupt,
form of
Saint, but
Jesus.
you were like a
That's
really
fine.
shallow atheist.
No, I wasn't.
Yeah, you were. Yeah, that's why you went back to Christianity. So I'm not an
Right.
atheist because God didn't answer my prayer. I'm an atheist because I studied the religion and I read the Bible, and it's just factually
Yeah.
not true.
No, so sorry. I'm putting to my anecdotal kind of experience with that. I was just getting on to the point, which I was going to make, which was Jesus Christ, right? So maybe you might not have much, like, I'm not saying yours isn't valid, but I think a lot of atheists hold their beliefs because they are maybe prideful in the fact that just because they're not receiving revelation of some sort,
We'll just
that
do a
there
test
must be no
in the
God.
comments. Put a 1 in the comments if you're an atheist because God didn't give you revelation or prayer. Put a 0 if it was literally anything else. Let's see what happens here.
So I'm not discounting your own, though. You can believe your beliefs because so this I'd say I am projecting here. So this is
Not a
why
0.
I was an atheist for a long time. Okay.
There you go. Yeah.
Well, I may be in the
So-
minority, but I just wanted to help out, like, in that respect.
So let me ask you a question. What would be a good reason to believe that the Christian God is real?
Well, firstly, I'd zoom out and go to the idea of God in general. I'd say that it really isn't a matter of like a deductive proof based off of like empirical evidence, because you can't really make that claim from how little knowledge we have in modern science. It's more of a either you take the leap of faith to believe in God, or you take the leap of faith to not believe in God. And I would say both are reasonable as each other. I would say that there's no concrete evidence that disproves God, and there's no concrete empirical, well, I'd say there's nuance to it, but concrete evidence that disproves God.
Yeah, I would disagree with all of that. So I didn't take a leap of faith when I became an atheist. I was just convinced better by their arguments, and but for the lack of evidence for God, and also because the Christian concept of God is literally impossible. Something outside of space and time cannot exist because it lacks causal power. It can't create anything. You need time to have causal power.
Right. Well, I'm sure there's a lot of debates around that exact question. I haven't read up on it, but it's definitely not conclusive. That's hotly debated about like having to be in temporality to be able to cause like matter to come about, because wouldn't that like conclude that the idea of a god which is in definition outside of time, you're basically making the statement that that god wouldn't be able to create something outside of itself in that, right?
It wouldn't. Yeah. So do you recognize that like a cause and effect aren't happening simultaneously? One happens before the other?
Yeah, but like what I'm saying is that maybe that's our understanding of like how something can come about, but what if they're, because obviously we're like, you know, we have a 2 pound like brain with very, very limited knowledge, how do we know that there's not another way that reality could have come about? How can you just make the conclusion? I would say that ultimately both of us have a common ground in that we hold our beliefs out of a certain level of extrapolation.
Nah, I don't. So I hold my belief
Okay.
because there's good evidence for it. So let me. Well, I'm going to start on your end, right? You want to start with the God
Right.
concept, and it's a fun concept. I love talking about it, but let's start on Christianity. I could debunk Christianity pretty easy. Now, when I left Christianity, I didn't stop believing in God. I still believed in some kind of God. I just figured out that the Christian God wasn't real. And then from there, I figured out that actually there's no God. So
Right.
debunking the Christian God is actually pretty easy. Do you believe
Okay.
that all of the Bible is true?
Yeah, so would you say that you're debunking the Christian God out of more of a logical standpoint external to the Bible, or because of an internal critique that you would say is contrary to what God would be in reality?
And no, it's just a lie. The Bible tells lies about Jesus.
Okay, so is this like an internal critique?
You can call it internal critique. I'm not giving you like a philosophical argument, though.
Okay.
I mean, I could put it in a
so
syllogism if you need. But...
No, it's fine. We can go with the flow.
Okay.
Could you? So you said the Bible lies about Jesus. Would
Yeah.
you say like the Old Testament prophecies referring to him, or like Jesus like not resurrecting, something like that?
I would say one, he didn't fulfill any prophecies from the Old Testament. He failed his second coming prophecy, and also it's pretty clear that he doesn't understand how to read Hebrew because he keeps reading the Greek Old Testament, and he flubs Psalm 110, which requires knowing Hebrew to understand.
Right. Is it okay if we go to that verse?
Yeah.
Because like I can do a quick analysis of it to see.
Sure, you can. Yeah.
I've read it, but you know, I don't remember it right now.
Sure. Actually, I just had this up on my browser earlier today, and I closed it because like I'm not going to need this again today. But here we are. So what we have in Psalm 110 is like a really easy thing in Hebrew. The problem that Jesus had in Matthew 22 is that he was reading it in Greek, and he didn't even understand what the Greek was doing, and the Greek also translated it wrong. So it says a Psalm of David, Le David Mizmor, means to or of David, a psalm.
Wait,
Okay, so
can I just ask a question?
Mhm.
You said he was reading it in Greek. So you're referring to Jesus. So obviously I have an absence of knowledge here, so I'm asking you. Because was he speaking in another language but then it was just transcribed as Greek, or did he actually speak in Greek?
Well, see, the reality is in Matthew chapter 22, it tells you what Jesus quoted to the Pharisees, and that quote is from the Greek Old Testament, not the Hebrew Old Testament. And it turns out that they don't match, and there's a reason why they don't match, and Jesus didn't even know that.
How do you know that he didn't know though?
Because I know Greek too.
Just because he right, but just because he quoted something that isn't the Hebrew Testament, and then you're saying that he didn't know that there was this distinction between them. How can you come to that conclusion?
Yeah, because he says the Lord said to my Lord, and he doesn't understand what the Lord means. He doesn't understand that the Lord is a placeholder for Yahweh's name, and that the other Lord is David. So Jesus thinks both lords at the beginning of Psalm 110 are divinities. And David is talking to two different lords. That's preposterous. All you have to do is read the passage to find out what's happening. It's not a prophecy about
Right.
Jesus at all.
I'll just quickly go to it.
Sure.
Psalm 110. Is it Psalm 110:1?
Yeah. Yeah.
The Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I make your enemies your footstool.
And that's the first problem. It doesn't say that the Lord said. Whatever translation you have translated it wrong on purpose.
Right, but we can be consistent with the meaning just because there's a word difference, like rule in the midst of your enemies.
The word difference
what I'll
actually
ask you is
critical here.
How do you know that it's only talking about the Father, right? You probably say the Father person, the Trinity, and David. How do you know that?
Oh, easy, because it's in the Hebrew text. So the first phrase, Ne'um Yahweh, just means an utterance.
But the Trinity isn't even like
I didn't say Trinity.
A distinct.
I didn't say Trinity.
Right, but the Trinity would include Jesus, so wouldn't it?
Yeah, but we're not talking about the Trinity right now.
But Yahweh would include Jesus.
I don't think he would, but also we're not that far yet.
How? Why?
Because we haven't actually discussed what any of these words mean yet. Once we get through these words, we can do a talk on the Trinity.
Okay.
Okay.
So Lord, the first Lord is Yahweh, like in Hebrew, and that includes Jesus. So I don't.
Yep. It doesn't include Jesus. It just says Yahweh, which is the God of the Old Testament. He says in Deuteronomy 6:4 that he is one, not three.
John 8:58, Jesus attributes the name of Yahweh to himself.
I'm sure he does, but I don't care what Jesus did.
Okay, but that's not an intellectually honest standpoint.
Just because Jesus said a thing doesn't mean it's true. That's the problem.
But you're presupposing here that
your starting point is that Jesus has to be the Messiah and he has to be God. You haven't proven that yet. So until you can demonstrate that he is the Messiah, you don't get to just interpret the Hebrew Bible. Well, I'm doing it right now. You want me to finish?
No, what I'm doing isn't retrospective. You're just presupposing it's retrospective. I'd like you to prove that.
Do you interpret the New Testament through the lens of the Book of Mormon?
No, the Book of Mormon isn't biblical, so that's just
there we go. You got me. Yeah, the Book of Mormon contradicts the Bible, and the New Testament contradicts the Old Testament. You have to demonstrate that the New Testament is true before I have to use it as an interpretive model. So let's just go through this passage and I'll explain it to you.
How do I demonstrate it's true? How do I demonstrate it's true to you?
We're going to do it right now. So in the passage, it says Ne'um Yahweh, which does not mean the Lord said. It doesn't mean that. Ne'um is a noun. It's not a verb. Now, as it turns out, you can use the word na'am as a verb, but that's not what's here. This is not a verb. This is a noun, which means an utterance of Yahweh. So now somebody is presenting to David an utterance of Yahweh. One of his court prophets, most likely, maybe Asaph. It depends. We're not told which prophet did it. But then it says, La'adani, which means to my master or to my Lord. So this just means Yahweh has an oracle or an utterance for my master. That's it. Which is obviously King David, because the entire rest of this passage is about King David and everything he did. Where he says, sit at my right hand until I make thine enemies thy footstool. Where do you think that came from?
Well, it's in the New Testament, isn't it?
No.
I'm trying to think. I'm not sure.
Okay. So this comes from the promises of God to David, like Psalm 89, Psalm 2. And then it also it gets fulfilled in 1 Kings 5. I'll show you. So this idea of making his enemies into his footstool is exactly what God promised he would do and exactly what he did for King David. And it says so in the beginning of Kings when Solomon is taking over. Solomon sent a word to Hiram saying, because he wants to build a temple, says, "You know that my father David could not build a house for the name of the Lord his God because of the warfare with which his enemies surrounded him until he put them under the soles of his feet," which is what God promised he would do for David. And then it came true. So I don't, right at the beginning, verse 1, I have no reason to think it's about anybody but David, especially since it starts out saying that this is to David. Now, the next verse, "The rod of thy strength, the Lord will send out of Zion, rule thou in the midst of thine enemies." Well, that's what David did. David did all of those things. Jesus didn't rule as a king for even 1 minute, not once.
Well, it depends on. Could we? So, I mean, I've got a response to that, but I'd like to go to the verse in the New Testament where Jesus refers to this. That's okay.
Yeah, Matthew 22.
Yeah.
Like, did we need like something from that? We both know
I just
it,
want to see
don't
the
we?
context. I just want to see the context of the verse just to get a clear understanding before I let me make my point.
Yeah. Yeah, also the thing about the hand as well, where it says in verse 1, "Sit thou at my right hand until I make thine enemy my footstool." That promise comes from Psalm 89, starting in verse 21. "I have found my servant David, with my holy oil I have anointed him. My hand shall always remain with him. My arm also shall strengthen him," so on and so forth. "I will set his hand on the sea, at his right hand the rivers," yada, yada, yada. All these promises from God. He says, "You have exalted the right hand of his foes." So, nevertheless, we're in Matthew 22. What do you need to read?
You said 21, did you?
In 22.
Which verse is it? Sorry.
Matthew
Yeah, which
22,
verse?
starting in verse 42.
All right, thank you. The son of David, saying, "What do you think about Christ? Whose son is he?" They said to him, "Son of David." He says to them, "How does David in the spirit call to him, Lord, saying the Lord says, my Lord, at my right hand, I make your enemies your footstool." How is he his son? Did you have you read like 45? Did you just skip over that?
No, I've read all of it.
Verse 45. If David then calls him Lord, how is he his son?
Yeah, that's my point. Jesus fundamentally misunderstands this passage. David's not speaking at all in this passage.
Right, well, my response to this would be, you say that his kingship wasn't of the expected political, maybe a reconciliation of Israel and like the becoming like millennial kingdom or what, but perhaps it was never meant to be just distinctly for Israel. But for example, if you look in Genesis, I think it's like 18 to 19, where not only was the circumcision given to Isaac, it was also given to Ishmael, the son of Hagar. And that was one of the representations of how the coming Messiah wasn't only going to come for the Jews, but also the Gentiles. And that further goes on to the fact that this salvation wasn't only going to be, well, it wasn't even going to be a political kind of
How is this on topic?
victory. Like it was spiritual, right? So
No,
Jesus
I don't believe in spiritual victories. The Hebrew Bible doesn't say anything about spiritual victories. it explicitly tells you that it's not spiritual.
Well, I mean, it does in the New Testament if you
Well,
hold it as canon, but it doesn't if you don't hold it
yeah,
as canon.
but if you read the Hebrew Bible, it's
Jesus
clear
said
that
he
it's
raised
not
the temple
spiritual.
in 3 days.
That's cute, but it doesn't mean anything.
You can't build a temple in 3 days, though, can you?
No, we know what Jesus meant. It's about his body. No one cares about that. We're talking about the Old Testament prophecies. They literally need to be fulfilled in a literal sense. They're not spiritual.
Why do they? So they are fulfilled in the sense that they were going to be, like, they were referring to. They weren't referring in the first place
They were. Have you
something
read
other
one?
than the spiritual.
No, it's completely
well,
wrong.
Isaiah 53, for example, right?
No, Isaiah 53 is the one prophecy you don't think is spiritual. That's crazy.
Well,
Have you read Ezekiel?
Why would you say that?
Because you think it's literally about Jesus. The irony of Isaiah 53, it's one of the few prophecies in the Hebrew Bible where there actually is a metaphor being employed, and Christians want to read it deadpan literal. Every other prophecy, every other prophecy is straightforward, and you're like, no, it's spiritual. Words don't mean words.
If so, why are the Jews, like the rabbinic Jews, taking it out of their Torahs?
They don't. They read Isaiah 53 every year on Yom Kippur.
Yeah, but like people go to Israel and they preach Isaiah 53 for a reason, because it's like a taboo, that one verse in
Not a
Isaiah.
taboo. Yeah.
Also, so why would you not say that it's referring to one man? Is it because you look at single pronoun in the Hebrew that is talking about the servant being Israel, when the latter end of the passage is clearly talking about singular man? How can the nation of Israel, first of all, act as a atoning sacrifice for the sins of
It's actually pretty easy.
The people in the first place? So what you would respond to that is that...
Do you want me to make the argument, or do you want to tell me what my argument is?
No, so I like to further it on because I disagree.
It's wild. You're going to tell me what my position is. You don't even know my position.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Go on then. Sorry.
Okay. So, one, you made two arguments. One's about the grammar, and one is about atonement. We're going to address grammar and then atonement. So, the grammar is meaningless here because, as I told you, this is the one prophecy. This is one section of prophecy that's actually utilizing a metaphor over and over and over and over again. And it's clear. We'll read it to you. It says, "You, Israel, my servant Jacob, whom I've chosen, the offspring of Abraham, my friend, you who I took from the ends of the earth and called from the furthest corner, saying to you that you are my servant." Now, in verse 9, when he says, "You are my servant," is that singular or plural?
So I think initially, so initially it is plural, but if later on...
You think this is a plural?
I think it is. Well, at least I think. I could be wrong. But if you take the verses, the passage as a whole...
in English?
Right, yeah, but the original meaning would be derived from the Hebrew, not the English.
Sure. What's the Hebrew word? And how do you make the word servant plural? The word is eved. How do you make that plural?
Oh, because the context of its usage in other verses, I think
it'd be like
Isaiah,
Abdim.
42
Abdim would be the plural.
Like Isaiah 42.
You want to bet money that it's not going to be plural?
What, the servant?
Yeah.
Okay, what could it be referring to if it's not plural then?
The nation of Israel. Specifically the righteous remnant.
Yeah, but in the sense of plural, I'm just talking about it referring to the nation. I would say that is plural.
But we understand the nation is a plural, or it's a collective of people. My question is whether or not this word is plural, and it's not plural. It's in the singular.
But my contention is
it's in not singular construct
not the linguistic. Right, the contention that I have isn't about the linguistics. It's about how can a nation die How can a nation act as a sacrifice for the sins that it commits itself?
So we're clear, your first argument was that the grammar is singular, so it must be a person. That's what I'm addressing now. We can address the atonement after that.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
So is the servant here
yeah.
singular or plural?
So, well, now it's singular now, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
I know that now.
And then this is one of my favorites. In 43:10, he says, "You are my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant, whom I have chosen." Now, this is fun. Is witnesses singular or plural?
Well, yes, plural.
You got it. And then this group of witnesses is also my servant. Is that singular or plural?
Right, that's obviously like straight after the first verse, so the context assumes it's plural.
Yeah, well, no, it's singular because it's a metaphor.
Oh, sorry, I'm going back to that. Yeah, sure, it's singular.
Yeah, the nation of Israel is being personified as a singular servant.
Yeah.
Got it?
Yeah, well, that is in the use of the word servant, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the point here is the name or the word servant is referring to a multiplicity of people, and he does it 9 different times. Isaiah 44 verses 1 and 2, Isaiah 44:21, he's going to do it again.
Yeah.
Isaiah 45, the very next, he's going to do it again.
Isaiah 53 as well, right?
We're going to get there. And then Isaiah 48 is not the last time. There's one more in 49, but this is my favorite one probably. It says, "Go out from Babylon, flee from Chaldea, declare this with a shout of joy, proclaim it, send it forth to the ends of the earth, and say that the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob." Okay, do you know why this verse exists?
I mean, why?
Because the meta-narrative in 2nd Isaiah is that they're done with the exile and it's time to leave Babylon. Every last word of 2nd Isaiah is about Israel leaving Babylon, which is why we're building up to that. As each chapter progresses, from chapter 40, we get closer and closer and closer to the servant leaving Babylon, all the way until we get to chapter 52. And then that's where the song of the servant comes in that you think is about Jesus.
Right.
Okay. So I'm going to walk through 52. I'm going to ask you a series of questions. You'll understand my position after this. All right. Verse 10 says, "The Lord has bared his holy arm before the eyes of all the nations, and all the ends of the earth shall see the salvation of our God." What's that mean, do you think?
Sorry, I was distracting by the comments. Then the Lord has bared his holy arm within the salvation of our God. Like how he brings them back from Babylon, right?
Yeah, I mean, what's it mean to bear his holy arm, though?
I'm not sure.
It means to deliver them basically by force. So when the Israelites leave Israel, he says that I freed you by the might of my hand/arm. And inside of 2nd Isaiah, the arm and the hand are referenced like 5 or 6 different times to deliverance of freeing them from Babylon. So that's why the very next verse says, "Depart, depart, go out from there, touch no unclean thing. Go out from the midst of it, purify yourselves, you who carry the vessels of the Lord, for you shall not go out in haste, and you shall not go out in flight. For the Lord your God will go before you, and the God of Israel will be your rear guard." So God is actually now comparing it to the Exodus. He's saying, hey, remember in Exodus when you had to get the heck out of there in like 24 hours overnight? You couldn't even put yeast in the bread. This is different. He's saying, actually, you can go. You don't have to go out in haste. God's going to protect you on the way out. Don't worry about it. This is a direct comparison, saying this is even more going to be more powerful than the Exodus narrative. Are we following so far?
Yeah.
Okay. Now the next verse is connected. "See, my servant shall prosper; he shall be exalted and lifted up, and shall be very high." Is there a reason at this point of what we've read? I'm not talking about what comes after this. Is there a reason up to this point why I would read this verse and start thinking that the servant is now a human being 700 years later?
Can you go back like one verse?
Yeah. It says, For you shall not go out in haste, and you shall not go in flight. The Lord your God will go before you, and the God of Israel will be your rear guard.
Right, sorry to make you read so much, but
It's okay. I do it a lot.
so do I. I need to do more, it seems.
It's believe it or not, one of my favorite activities. I hate having fun.
Oh. Right. Okay, so, well, obviously we know how the Bible was written, right? So the subheadings, of course, weren't in the original text. So this would be following straight after verse 12 about the servant, how they should prosper.
Yep, it'd be one connected passage.
So,
No reason to
but-
believe that there's a
yeah.
division there.
Right. So, but what is your rebuttal? Like, do you have any difficulty with the idea of something, a passage not only referring to the contemporary time, like at least the upcoming events, but also, like, obviously God's plan is outside of time, right? So it's not only going to encompass like one event, that the double prophecy, right? So this could be referring to two things at once.
So
do you have like an issue with that?
Yeah, so this is what we would call dual prophecy, and I think dual prophecy is silly because the primary context has a fulfillment. We know that. There's a context here, and then you're saying there's another fulfillment far off. Now, the problem with the second fulfillment is completely disconnected from the context, which means I can make it about anything I want to. In fact, in the Dead Sea Scrolls, they talk about the teacher of righteousness. There was one in the Qumran community where they're like, oh, this person is fulfilling Isaiah 53. So once you've disconnected it from the actual context, anybody almost that suffers could fulfill it depending on how you want to, form their life. It's no longer relevant. The force of a prophecy is in the original context, not like an alternative meaning. Because if it's about alternative meanings, I've got a whole list of prophecies from the Hebrew Bible that I fulfilled.
Okay, so you're saying the temporary context of Israel at this time rebukes any sort of idea of it referring to the New Testament events, but would you say maybe that the whole entirety of the Old Testament, like for example, how God is depicted, right, so maybe perhaps like Genesis 1:1 in the Hebrew, I'm pretty sure, the numerical values of Hebrew 1:1 refers to Jesus dying on the cross for the sins of the world. So may I like not. So you're aware of this. So what is the reason for your
not true.
emotional reaction?
Hebrew does not have a value in terms of pictograms. So the original, in fact, I'm going to show you something. This is my Book of the Dead. Somewhere here, I've got an Egyptian Book of the Dead in Egyptian and English. Give me a second to figure out where I left it on my shelf. It's very helpful for illustrating this particular problem. Unless I might have moved it to another shelf. Nevertheless, I can still demonstrate the problem. I'm going to get a piece of paper and I'm just going to draw on it, and it'll illustrate what's this going on. Okay. Okay. We're going to use, I'm going to get a marker. Let's use like a simple symbol. We can start with like an aleph. So an aleph looks about like this. And then the aleph started out, you've probably heard the story. The aleph basically started out as like a ram's head or a symbol of power. In fact, I've got it up on the chart over here. I would say the evolution of the head. But for now, we can just put it. We'll do one of these. I'm sorry, I'm slow to write because I busted my finger up. Okay, so the top would be the ancient Proto-Semitic or the Proto-Hebrew symbol, and the one down is going to be the aleph in actual Hebrew. Now, the problem that we have here is there was a time where this symbol meant something, right? It meant like a
It's
whole
kind of
idea.
blocked. It's kind of blocked by
Oh, sorry.
my icon. Sorry.
Okay, so
Thanks.
this used to mean something. This symbol and the ones that predated it, like the ones from Egyptian and Proto-Sinaitic, they used to refer to an entire idea, right? So you could say this symbol meant, I don't know, goring your enemy. You know, it has a whole concept behind it. Now, what they figured out later down the line is they're like, actually, you know what? We can do syllables rather than an entire meaning. And this is where Akkadian comes in. So Akkadian is a really cool language. I forget the symbols now, so I'm going to make some up. It's okay. Right to left. So okay. So what they did in ancient Akkadian, we're going to draw another olive here, or a ram. So they had a symbol that meant, and Hebrew didn't do this, by the way. They did a different evolution through Ugaritic. So what happened was you had one symbol that meant basically one concept, and then they said, actually, this concept right here, like this is a syllable. It's not a real syllable in Akkadian. I forget Akkadian. But they're like, actually, we can just use this sign to be one syllable. So what they did then is they shortened it. So now the what we might call the olive for now, or the poorly drawn ram, this now isn't equal to a concept. This is equal to a syllable, and we're going to call that first syllable owl. All right, so that's going to be, this used to mean, I'm going to put a dash here, concept, and now this means owl. Owl is just a syllable, right?
Yeah.
You understand? Like, so it didn't turn into a letter yet, right? It turned into a syllable. And then later they're like, listen, now that we're doing syllables with a single letter, it turns out that we don't have that many syllables. We can actually, and this is where Ugaritic comes in, and Phoenician said, we can actually just take this letter and make it just, or this one icon, and make it just mean one letter. Because as it turns out, we only need a couple of these to spell the entire word. So that's what they ended up doing. So like in Hebrew then, they would have had letters. So you can just do Lamed, and then Pei. So now, what used to be this is now just a word. It now is, that's how you would spell olive. So the problem is, when it switched from a pictogram to a syllabic text, what that pictogram represented is no longer relevant. It means nothing. They literally only picked it because it was commonly used, and they needed the first syllable of that icon to now be a syllable for the syllabic language. And then later they said, this syllable that we're using here, we need the first letter of this syllable to represent our consonantal language. So it's 2 generations removed from having any relevance to the original pictogram. These letters weren't picked because they had meanings. They were picked because they needed the sound that they made. Oh, did he leave? Oh. Okay. I thought the lesson was going well. All right. Well, I guess we'll just let's see. I did a video on this a long time ago. I'm shocked by how many people believe this nonsense. Okay, we'll read a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Should be a lot of fun. MB, good to see you tonight, my friend. Says, what's the summer schedule for streaming? So right now, it's mostly Monday, Wednesday, Friday, like normal. But I'm starting at about 3:30 or 4 and going till 8. And the reason is I've got a whole like bedtime ritual with my son. And you guys know my son's autistic. So like the scheduling and the rituals are really important. And so it really helps them sleep to do the same bedtime routine every night. And we usually start at around 8 o'clock. So that's why I'm ending at 8. But I'm also starting earlier, so I get a couple hours in. But I'm not starting super early because like it's daytime and like I want to spend time outside. And so does he. You know, we want to go play, stomp in the creek, you know?
You touch
Eric,
grass?
yeah, we roll around in it, bud. It's true.
I don't have any grass here, so.
No, unfortunately not. Eric, thank you for the super chat. Says a priest, a rabbi, and a pastor walk in to a bar. The bartender looks at them and says, "What is this? Some kind of joke?" Oh, it is, and it reminds me of one of my favorite jokes. Okay, this is a dad joke. I'm going to warn you ahead of time. There's going to be audible groaning. A priest, a rabbit, and a pastor walk into a bar, and the rabbit looks at the other two and says, "I think I'm a typo." It's fantastic if you get it. Fantastic if you get it. I'm just saying. Base to Sherry, good to see you tonight. Says like and subscribe to the stream, y'all. Yes, please do. If you're watching this right now and you like debates and you like these dialogues, follow the channel, DZ Debates or Deconstruction Zone. I go live regularly, and on Deconstruction Zone, my main channel, I also do some extracurricular activities. I'll do some response videos and some lessons and things like that. So it'll be a good time on both channels, though. The other channel, DZ Debates, is just for debates. K Play says, Exmo fan here. Well, W for leaving. One of the funniest things I realized when considering the New Testament failed prophecies is just how much Christianity is to Judaism as what Mormonism is to Christianity. Rock hard for dog, you nailed it. That's why you have triple fulfillment prophecies in the Book of Mormon. The New Testament had double fulfillments. Hey, if you can have two, you can have three, right? So now we get triple fulfillments. Peyote Salad, good to see you. My friend says there's no virgin birth. Well, obviously not. She was sleeping with Pantera. I mean, we actually have good historical records to say that might be the case. And in the Talmud, in fact, Jesus is literally referred to as Jesus ben Pantera by a number of people in historical writings. So I'm just saying this was something a lot of people believed. And Double Donkey Surfer, good to see you. Thank you for the 666. Hell Nero says, does the Trinity mean that God has multiple personality disorder? It's like the only thing that remotely makes sense. I said this a long time ago, and I believe that is the case. If God is up there talking to himself, that has a diagnosis. It should be in the DSM-5, and that is what I think you refer to right there. So yeah, you're right. And Paula tired of this shit. Well, Paula, I'm tired too. That's why we're doing this. And beautiful kitty. First super chat. I was a Christian for 35 years. Now an atheist for 16. My analogy, living in mansion, finding out it's fake, moving out, and from the street, it's a dollhouse. I have learned more Bible here in 2 years than Christianity for 35. That's the goal, Paula. Thank you for getting out and for the super chat. I'm glad that you picked me for your first. And listen, I agree. When you get out of Christianity and then you look back, it all looks so silly. You can't see it from the inside, but from the outside you can. And Goldlock420, it's great to see you, friends, as my caveman brain can't understand how the indoctrinated can't see religion as a cult when you read their storybooks. Rock hard for Doug. It's true. They'll read other people's books and say, that's mythology. It's silly. But then they read the Bible and they're like, no, this is super true, y'all. Last super chat for now. We'll get our next guest in here. It looks like Craig is their next, and then Alva comes after that. And Cynthia, good to see you. And holy fucking Doug, that's a crazy fucking super chat. That might be the largest fucking super chat. Almost the largest super chat that's ever happened on this channel. That's monumental. Hold on. Shit. That is unbelievable. And I really appreciate your support, Cynthia. I can't do the channel without what we would consider crowdfunding. The people here watching, sharing, and supporting the stream is what makes this possible. And I'm going to keep fighting this fight until I can't. So I really appreciate you, Cynthia. Jesus. I appreciate you, Cynthia. You're here in and out in all of my streams, always supporting, always being a member of the community. I really appreciate it, friend. It means a lot. It really does. All right, I said I was going to get Craig in here. or Craig Luke 85 is the name. Yeah, the Discord is saying the same thing. That's massive. That is absolutely massive. Incredibly generous. Craig, welcome in. Are you at least 18? Craig? Craig? Bueller? Okay. Well, I guess we'll move on to the next. All right, looks like it's Alva's turn. Welcome in. Alva, are you at least 18?
Yes. Can you hear me? I'm 24.
Yeah, we can hear you. Are you a believer
Perfect.
of some kind of a god?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. If I may, my friend, his name's John. He's actually, so I'm a Christian, and he told me about you. He told me you were super nice, and from after hearing you speak, I just want to say I think you're a very kind person, seriously, and you speak with such a gentle spirit that I really believe every person, when we have these conversations, we should all speak to each other with the respectful nature that you do. And I feel like if we all did that, this world would be a much better place. So I just want to get that off the record.
That's what the Bible instructs, in fact. Even in rebuke, you're supposed to give a gentle rebuke. But I have one question before we get going. Is Alva your real first name?
Yeah, it's like a unknown. It's in America, it's not as common, but if you go to Sweden, it's actually a common woman's name.
Yes, I was going to say
So
I have an aunt named Alva, and she's the only Alva I've ever met, and I love her to death. So I wasn't sure. You don't see it too often.
no, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, so
Okay.
okay, I'm not a genius. I'm not the fact that your aunt's named Alva is actually hilarious because that's pretty funny, but I'm not a genius. I'm not the smartest person on the block. And I genuinely, want to continue like listening to you and conversing with you even after this. Like, I don't want to,
Mm-hmm.
you know, this is coming from like my heart, just from my heart,
Mm-hmm.
sincerely. But I believe, like I have a testimony. I just wanted to like share with you, of what I believe, Christ had. I believe I had a similar testimony to that of like the apostle Paul, and I just wanted to, like, similar in the sense like he encountered Christ like the road to Damascus. Well, I had a moment, where I personally believe like I encountered God, and he brought me to another country to preach at crusades, within like I say this humbly. I'm not trying to like boast about myself or like be anything, okay? I'm just trying to speak from my heart. He brought me to another country to preach at crusades. 3 years after, I became a born again Christian, and I saw myself like speaking to a lot of people similar to the ministry. I don't know if you heard of him, Reinhard Bunke.
Yeah.
Have you heard of him?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, and so I would just wanted to go into detail like more about that and share it really quickly, and then hear your thoughts if that's okay.
So I would say this: in most of these channels, like experiences like this aren't really worth a whole lot because we have them for every religion and they're all vaguely familiar. In fact, when I was a young Christian, I used to do apologetics. It's similar to what you're doing now. And I was, this is because it was in the dinosaur ages. I was like in chat rooms and forums on the internet. This is before we had social media. And I was purposely trying to dialogue with people of different faiths across the world. You could do that with various chat applications back in the day. And one of the things I thought was that like my personal experience and what we might call miracles were really convincing. And then I talked to others in different religions and they had the same stories. And I realized, oh, well, mine can't be all that convincing if they have similar stories. Which is why your experience, while I'm sure it was powerful for you, it almost certainly means nothing for us.
Well, this is where I think, sir, respectfully, will I disagree. I really believe, that it can maybe offer insight because, I had a moment, when I was 20 years old. I accidentally took a lace drug off the street, and I had no idea it had fentanyl in it. I was just doing drugs, and I grew up
Careful,
in the church.
careful naming them. You'll get the live taken down. You got to be careful with words.
Okay, so sorry. I'm just trying to be
It's okay.
honest. Uh, yes, if I'm saying anything I'm not supposed to, please
We'll
feel
let you
free
know.
to interject. Yeah,
Yeah.
and I had this moment where like I was having a near death experience, okay? And I grew up in the church, so I already had the mindset of heaven and hell as like something already in my mind, right? And so I come to this moment in my life where I was alone and I'm overdosing, and I thought to myself I was going to go to hell just because that's what I believed my whole life. I don't have like proof or anything. That's just what I was told. So what I did was I prayed to God, whoever was out there,
Yeah,
to
there it
save
goes. I just
me.
got a warning on TikTok.
Oh no.
Live contains
What'd
themes
I
that some
do?
may find uncomfortable and has been restricted. Reasons, regulated goods and services. All right, don't worry, keep
I'm
going.
sorry.
If it gets taken down, I'll just restart it.
Okay, no, I really, really would just love to have this with you because you have so much insight. I just prayed to whoever was out there to save me because I didn't want to die, and I ended up living. But a few days later, I get the results of like a drug test, and it turns out like I actually failed for fentanyl. Oh, I'm sorry, I said it. But it was the lowest point in my life, and I just didn't I had nowhere to go. I was on the beach, and I went to the beach. I was with my parents, and the last weekend that we were there, this never happened to me before, but a pastor of like a Baptist church comes up to me, and like, I'm not even like a Baptist or anything. He just comes up to me and says that we bought your we rented out your parents' beach house for our college spring break church event. We would love for you to come. And I didn't want to go because I felt so like condemned by God because like I'm just gonna be like sincere with you. I grew up. I struggled a lot. When I say struggle, according to a biblical worldview, with terminology that the Bible condemns, like homosexuality. Like I'm not, and if anyone's out there, I'm not saying anything bad about it. I'm just saying like that's something I personally partook in a lot, and so I felt like I came from a place of like condemnation based off that biblical worldview. If that makes any sense, can you relate? Like I don't know, and
I,
so
if you could like fast forward the story, I think it'd be
yes,
helpful
okay,
because we're
okay.
gonna get lost in the details and everyone's gonna get bored.
I don't want. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There's a lot to unfold, and I just want you to. I literally want to hear what you have to say. That's all. And
Hmm.
so, I, they told me that God loved me, whatever. You've probably been told they shared the gospel, whatever. But I give my life to Christ, right? I'm doing this because I know that you probably are, thinking something. But I gave my life to Christ, and was in a small group and I saw myself. Someone mentioned this evangelist called Reinhard Bunke, and I looked him up. And if you look him up on the internet, he actually preaches to he's passed away, but he preached to like millions of people. And
So what?
I Reinhard Bunke, he was an evangelist that went to Africa, and he actually preached to like millions of people in person and in his crusades. And
But so what?
pardon me.
What does that have to do with God being real?
Okay, no. This is the part. I'm not. I'm getting to that. This is the end. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm trying the best I can. I'm sorry, but uh, I saw myself doing that, and 3 years later, I get invited from one of my friends whose dad is like a pastor in India who preaches at crusades, and I ended up going to India, and I had the privilege to speak about the Bible to to like hundreds, and I will say humbly like thousands of people. And I that's why I believe in Jesus, because because like of that traumatic or impactful experience I had. Like, that's why I believe in Jesus. I just want to hear your thoughts on that.
My thoughts, basically what I said before. First of all, this sounds like a mere coincidence on something that actually is kind of likely. If you're already in a position where you're connected with people that are in missions. Eventually you're going to go on one. I had the same experience. I was in missions as well. So I see this as just kind of a pretty predictable kind of outcome.
Yes, sir. And let me ask you this: Are you would you like call yourself an atheist
I am.
or agnostic?
Well, they're kind of different things. I'm an agnostic atheist, which basically means I don't have knowledge of God and I don't have belief in God either. So, agnostic means a lack of knowledge, and atheist is a lack of belief. So, nevertheless, the reason though I don't believe in the Christian God in particular is because the New Testament is just demonstrably false.
You know, it's interesting. I want to grow in I want to grow in knowledge in regard to like apologetics because I know that some pastors believe there's copyist errors or whatever. And so what I did was I just opened the four gospels, like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and I just read what Jesus said, and I just gave it a chance because I grew up with a lot of mental health issues, and I ended up going to treatment centers and everything, and my parents did the best they could to try to like help me. And so Jesus or the Bible to me after that church retreat and that pastor invited me, for me, like that was like the last resort. And I'm just telling you like my story, like when I started to really like ask God to show my purpose in life, I really believe that he fulfilled
Well, let me ask you a
a
question.
vision.
Do you
Yeah.
think that the Quran is true and that Muhammad is a prophet?
No, sir, I do not.
What if somebody comes to you and says, I had a spiritual experience with Muhammad? Are you going to believe it now?
Well, I would listen to what they would have to say. I would
Right,
listen to what they would have to
but you're not
say.
going to convert to Islam.
No, sir.
Right. It's the same concept here. We already know that your book isn't true, and your personal experience it really doesn't mean anything to us because we can demonstrate why the book isn't true.
Okay, can we do this? Okay, I would love to come back. Can you give me homework on
Yeah.
something I can work on? So that because you listen to me and you really are such a nice guy, and I really would like
I
to
try.
Yes.
like learn from you. And I feel like we should all be like that as human beings with each other, man. Because like that, love is ultimately what I want everyone
Yeah.
to feel. Because I used to feel so unloved, and what you're doing is I think that you're actually spreading love with your heart for really sharing yours. And so, can you give
Mhm.
me some like homework?
Yep. I'll give you one piece of homework. I want you to study it and then come back to me when you
I got
have
my
an
notes.
answer, and then we'll go over what you found out. So
Yeah.
in Matthew 27, there's a really interesting, I guess we'll say, a prophecy that was claimed to have been fulfilled. And it's in reference to Jesus being betrayed. And it says, then was fulfilled what had been, then what was fulfilled that had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah. And then we get the quote. The quote is, and they took the 30 pieces of silver, the price of the one on whom a price had been set, on whom some of the people of Israel had set a price, and they gave them for the potter's field as the Lord commanded me. So your homework is to show me where I can find any of that quote in Jeremiah.
Okay, so in Matthew 27, they mentioned a Old Testament prophecy in Jeremiah. But do you mind repeating yourself for me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, the question is, where can I find any of this quote in the book of Jeremiah?
Okay, where can I find this quote in the so there's a quote in Matthew 27 that's not in Jeremiah. All right, that's my homework.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well that's it. I would love to like do more research on it. But do you have like a problem at all with like people believing in God or
Only if
like
they're decent. I think the problem with religion is it empowers people that are evil to do the evil. There are lots of Christians like yourself that are very nice. My aunt Alva is one of the most amazing persons I've ever met, and she's a Christian. In fact, I like her so much she doesn't even know I'm an atheist. So I don't think that like believing in God is inherently bad. But a lot of these religions can be pretty toxic.
Absolutely. Well, man, look. I genuinely just want to be a friend, and I think it's cool that your aunt's named Alva. I won't tie you up anymore. I would love to like learn more about from you, and I just want to say, man, keep it up. Keep up like sharing your beliefs with like a heart of kindness, because when I listen to a lot of people that are maybe anti like God or whatever, I just feel like they kind of like put other people down because of their beliefs, and I feel like any person that puts any person down because of their beliefs, I just don't think that's gonna be beneficial for their own personal mental health, and because like life is already hard. So thank you for your time, sir, and I really appreciate everything for your listening ears towards me.
Hey, sure thing, Alva. Take care of yourself, okay?
Okay, God bless you.
Cheers. Well,
That was some.
Ems, he was a nice young man. I suspect if he keeps coming around, we might be able to make him think a little bit, huh? Okay. We'll get some progress there. Ampersand, great to see you. Thank you for the 50 New Zealand dollars. Says, heard this wild Philbro say, P1, if the non-existence of God doesn't, if the non-existence of God doesn't exist, then God necessarily exists. Oh no. P2, the non-existence of God doesn't exist. Conclusion, God exists. Literally just if God exists, then God exists. God exists, therefore God exists. Yeah. And also, he's trying to say that existence and non-existence have existence. Non-existence isn't a thing that exists. It literally is describing the opposite of that. This is the dumbest syllogism I've ever heard. It was really bad. But what's not bad, that's all they're doing. They're just doing words, Bryce Aroni, however, is not bad. Thank you for the spirit. It says, Alva grew up in a Christian culture, had something bad happen, then something good happen, attributed to the good to God and concept he grew up around. That's kind of what happens. Yeah. That was similar to my experience. That's kind of, it's not all of my, moments in Christianity was kind of like that, but it was, pretty similar. Texas Panhandler, hope you're doing well, friend, says liked and subbed as directed. Thank you, Texas Panhandler. I really appreciate that, friend. Hope you're doing well. And what are we at? Like, forgot how many hours? Like 270, 260 hours. Joshua Everett says, you're like the fourth person in the atheist debate space I've seen with a finger injury this week. Am I missing out on a new social trend again? No, you're not. I actually, there's a pure accident. I have a knife that doesn't have an open lock, and I went to stab a piece of plastic, and it snapped shut on my finger and cut me really fucking deep, and I can't bend it because it'll open the wound. So I got to keep it.
I had a fingertip injury like a month ago. I accidentally cut my tip of my index finger too.
Damn, God is out here trying to punish us, but just the tip. Yeah, definitely something.
Just the tip.
Space Lord says, thinking fajitas and white cheese dip. The board game will probably be a complex one, 2 to 3 hours. Fuck, that's what I'm talking about. I do like some board games, and you know what? Fajitas and white cheese dip is amazing. Big fan of fajitas. Huge fan of fajitas. Enby with another super chat says, Sonic Shroom in chat said, DZ Coin, I think you should collab with Logan Paul, honestly. You might even end up in a CoffeeZilla video. So I've had people mention DZ Coin, and my thought was the only way I would ever do a coin is if all of the proceeds went to charity. And anyone who bought a coin, eventually it's going to fucking get liquidated and sold to charity. That would be the only way I would ever start a coin. But it would be fun to have a DZ coin, even if it was just a meme. You know what I mean? I'm going to read exactly 3 more super chats, and then His Way is ready to come in, and then after that, Saint is ready to come in. Mike Beden says, when leaving a hotel, I rip pages out of the Bible and put it on top of the toilet paper roll and then throw it in the trash. That's what I'm talking about. You can also go to the Bibles and highlight the most horrific stuff. I keep meaning to do it. I apologize. I keep forgetting. I need to do a worst Bible passages and contradictions stickers so you can take them with you and put them in the Bibles. I promise I'll get that to the merch shop eventually. And Mitch Lang, thank you for the super chat, says the Bible confirms the power of Doug. Why else would he use those made in Doug's image to execute sinners? Never doubt the rigid deity. Rock hard for Doug, indeed. The first thing God did in order to call evil in the Bible is put Doug on it, because Doug is the only thing that can fix evil. Everybody needs Doug. And Chris, thank you for the super chat, says, Saints unite. We are all born atheists. It's other people who fuck that up. You're better than that. Stop overthinking it. True. I didn't know shit about God until somebody told me about God that I trusted. And then I believed in God. But it turns out that, it doesn't work. The God concept fails. All right, let's get His Way in here and we'll have another conversation. Welcome in, His Way. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
I am 53 and I do believe in God.
Sure.
And I, like you, have an aunt that always has believed in God and been a Christian. And I always respected her for that. And I used to not be sure. I wouldn't say I was an atheist. I was more of an agnostic, I guess. Is your name Doug?
No, it's Justin.
What is your name?
It's Justin. So,
Justin?
which God do you believe in?
I believe in the God of the Bible, the King James Version Bible. And you were talking about verses earlier. What is the most famous verse that comes to mind when you
John
think
3:16.
of famous verses? John 3:16, you know it. I don't have to quote it. But have you ever done a walkthrough of all the 3:16 starting from Genesis?
No, because the Bible
Revelations?
verses were never added to the original Bible. It was made
Okay, but they're there
about
now for
1400
a
years
reason.
after.
But
Oh, you
they're
think
there now.
the Bible verses are inspired then?
No, I believe the Bible verses, numbers, and all are inspired.
Sure.
The numbers and the words and all them. And I have a little walkthrough I'd like to do with you. If you look in Genesis 3:16, is the very first punishment God issued for disobedience. And then if you go into the New Testament in Matthew 3:16, is the cure for the disobedience. It's when Jesus met John the Baptist and was baptized in the Jordan River, and the Spirit of God descended on him like a dove. It says in Matthew 3:16.
Yeah,
now
but
you go all the way to
why do I care about any of this?
Well, I believe it's pretty interesting that the gematria works to outline his gospel message.
What do you think gematria
Well, okay,
is?
now if you go to Revelation 3:16, it tells you are neither hot nor cold. If you were, he could do something with you,
it'll
but
spit
since
you
you
out
are
of your mouth.
lukewarm, yeah, you know that one too. But there's a lot of other, like there was a lot of people looking for the Ark of the Covenant. If you look in Jeremiah 3:16, it will tell you all about the whereabouts of the original Ark of the Covenant.
Yeah, I don't understand why any of this matters. Are you gonna make a point?
Well, it's some pretty interesting things concerning the verses 3:16. Like if you go to Romans 3:16, it says, "In their ways is death and destruction," and I believe that was talking about the Roman Empire over Jerusalem at the time it was written.
Yeah. Okay. So what's the point you're making here?
Anyhow, all right, and now let's go to what everybody believes in God.
So you're not gonna answer my question?
Humbly. What was your question?
What's the point that you're trying to make? I can also go through the Bible and grab random verses and try to find links.
No, that wasn't random. That was a very specific verse that is the most popular verse in John 3:16.
Yeah, so what?
It was a directive to go and study all the other 3:16s, which there are some other very specific
Sure.
verses that are
Okay, well, tell me what this one
common.
means.
Which
Judges
one?
3:16.
Oh, I'd have to look it up. I'm not sure it's
on the
even
screen.
there.
I can read it to you.
Okay, read Judges 3:16.
It says, Ehud made for himself a sword with 2 edges, a cubit in length, and he fastened it on his right thigh under his clothes. How does that tie in with this motif?
Well, I know a sword relates to the cross that Jesus Christ was hung on.
How?
Because it's in the shape of a cross. The upside down sword is a cross.
You think crosses and swords are the same?
I don't think they're the same. I think the diagrams of both of them are similar.
So this is when you're just like, you've got a paper full of dots and you're just connecting them. Let me illustrate. I want you to understand what I'm saying here. If I gave you a piece of paper and I said, I need you to connect these dots. I'm going to do some dots here for you, though. Let's see if I could do this accurately. Okay, if I give you a connect the dots diagram that looks a little bit like, oops, sorry, one second, a little bit like this. Can you see it?
Yeah, it kind of looks like a dog or a cat or a
you got it. Yeah.
four-legged animal with a tail.
This is an analogy for what you've done with the Bible. So somebody's given you a connect the dots and you said, look, I've connected the dots. It's a triangle.
Right.
See what I mean?
Oh, yeah. That's one analogy, and it could be analogous in so many different ways. But all right, let's speak scientifically speaking.
Sure.
The God of science actually boils all the way down to water, because most scientists will say that you cannot have physical life without water.
So? I mean, in the God worldview, you can. You can, like, God can make anything into life. He's all powerful.
Right. But I was bringing it to your level of scientifically speaking. If you were neglected every single thing, your last request other than God would be for water. And then after
you need it
your
to
request
survive.
for water, and you realize you're not getting water, you would start praying to the God that you're professing to not believe in.
No, I wouldn't. In fact, even when I was a Christian, I passed out because I went too many days without eating, and I never called out to God. One time when I was 21, I passed out from exhaustion because I was not sleeping, and I was on reduced calories because I was traveling and didn't have time, and then I ran on a treadmill, and then I blacked out, but I didn't. At no point did I cry out to God.
Did you blame God?
No, I blame myself for not eating enough.
Huh. That's kind of remarkably unbelievable. But
you don't think people pass out?
No, I know people do pass out. I don't believe that people pass out without crying to a higher power.
Put a 1 in the comments if you've passed out without crying out to God, y'all. It's a surprisingly common phenomenon. I've witnessed 2 of my sisters pass out. Neither one of them cried out for God.
Wait, he said passing out as in like losing consciousness?
Yeah.
What does that have to do with God?
He thinks when people lose consciousness, they automatically cry out to God?
They cry out to God.
When they realize they're in trouble, they cry out to God.
Yeah, where did you get this data from?
Life experiences.
So you've never actually collected any data on this?
His way, what is your life experience? Like, how often are you around people that lose consciousness or die?
That sounds like a real problem.
I've been to hospitals several times.
You've been to hospitals?
What a
I
coincidence.
essentially live in a
My brother, my twin brother died of cancer, and so did my father die of cancer, both in their 50s or close to their 50s. I believe that
sorry to
Jesus
hear that, but
Christ,
what does
my buddy
his way,
Ems
salvation
works in a hospital. Ems, what's your experience?
I mean, they're usually not able to talk. So, yeah. And a lot of the time, they don't even know they're dying because they lose consciousness. And then they're, for example, if their heart stops, etc., you're trying to resuscitate them. And if it doesn't work, they die without ever knowing that they're dying. It just happens. But what is your experience specifically that led you to the conclusion that people call out for God when they're dying? Because a lot of the time it happens without the person even knowing. Unless you're talking about the guy who's being held by the cartel or something.
The guy held
because
by
that doesn't
the
happen in the
cartel.
hospital. Yeah. Because I mean, like, that wouldn't happen in a hospital in which somebody knows exactly when they're going to die, so they start crying out for God. Yeah.
Well, that's a good point.
Let me ask you some questions his way. I don't believe that people cry out for God when they die. And even if they did, I don't think that would mean anything. It's kind of a meaningless point. I'm more interested in why you think, one, that the Bible God is true. And then after that, maybe we could talk about the King James Version. But why would anyone think that the Bible God is true? Or, that he exists?
Well, for one, it's the most popular book that's ever sold in human history.
So?
And
so what?
Let's see, it's been telling the same story about Jesus for approximately 2,000 years now. It promises a millennial reign, which apparently we're in close to the 6,000th year of the biblical text.
That can't be the case
the Torah,
because
anyway.
Jesus said he was coming back like when his disciples would still be alive, like way back in like the first century.
And he probably did spiritually.
Nope.
And
no, he didn't say spiritually.
He did raise from the dead.
I said coming back.
And 500 or so people testified that they saw him after he was crucified.
Coming back to the earth, not coming from the earth.
Right. Well, I believe he did definitely come back when he approached the Apostle Paul and converted him to start preaching the gospel, because Paul was originally persecuting the Christians or the believers in the way.
Sure, he was. Can you see the screen?
He did come back after he went up into heaven. He did come back and convert Paul. And I believe that there's been a tremendous amount of pastors and preachers and evangelists and people in general who have met with Jesus, because I believe he did come back, and he does come back, and people convert to his way of thinking, and they read the Bible. The main reason, honestly,
his way, you're getting way ahead of the conversation, buddy. We're still talking about Jesus' second coming right now. I need you to focus a little bit on Matthew 16 for me.
Matthew 16.
Yeah, Jesus says the Son of Man is going to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and he will repay everybody for what has been done. Truly, I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. The Son of Man is Daniel chapter 7, verse 14. This is when somebody comes and receives the glory and the authority from Yahweh and then sets up a kingdom on the earth, which is why Jesus says that he's the Son of Man who's going to be coming with the angels and the glory of his Father to give retribution. And he said that's going to happen while some of the people standing there listening to him were still alive.
So what's your hypothesis then? Are you stating that this did not occur?
It did not. No, the second coming did not happen.
Your statement saying that this did not occur, what is your evidence to prove that statement?
Because he tells you what he's going to do when he comes back, and it didn't happen.
Well, because it's not written down, is that why you say it didn't happen? Or because you did not see it?
No,
or because it's not on TV?
because it would be impossible. He's going to judge mankind. Matthew 25, he's going to, when he comes back with the glory of the Father and the angels, he's going to collect all of the people and judge them.
But I don't believe in that word impossible.
What word?
But evidently you do.
I don't know what word I didn't hear what word you're referring to. I didn't hear it.
Where's your evidence that he did
I didn't
not
hear
do what
the
he said
word
he
that
was
you
gonna do?
spoke. Can you say it again?
I said I don't believe in the word impossible because I
didn't-
believe with God all things are possible.
Well, then it's possible for him to be a liar, which he is. So he tells you in 25:31 what he's going to do when he returns. It says, when the Son of Man comes in his glory and all the angels with him, where we heard this before, he will sit on the throne of his glory and all the nations will be gathered before him, and he will separate the people one from another as a shepherd separates the sheep from the goats, which is exactly what he said. He said the Son of Man is going to come with the angels and the glory of the Father, and he's going to repay everybody for what has been done, and this is going to happen while some of you standing here are still alive. So Matthew 16, Matthew 24, and Matthew 10 speak of this second coming as is going to happen imminently, and it didn't.
How do you know that it didn't?
Because he didn't do any of the things he said he was going to do. Did he come and collect all the people on the earth? Well,
that's according to things you have seen.
Well, it'll be according to you if you bother to answer my question. Did Jesus collect all the people on the earth, judge them, and then send some to hell and some to heaven?
He did exactly what he said he did, and he's going to do
I need
exactly
a yes or
what
no.
he said he's
Did
going
Jesus
to do.
collect all the people of the world and judge them?
Do not redefine
Waiting
words
for a yes or no.
like the legal system
It's
in
waiting
the
for a yes or
government of
no.
the United States. The
Just waiting
legal
for a yes or
system
no.
redefines words to match, just
Need
like you're doing. You redefine
I just need a yes or
stuff
no.
to match. Jesus did.
Just waiting
yes,
for a yes or
everything
no.
he said he was gonna
Okay,
do.
so Jesus came back and judged mankind already.
He's judged people in their time.
No,
the way
I
he
said
said
mankind. Did he come back and judge all of mankind?
But his time is not your time.
He's never going to answer the question. I didn't ask you if it was. I said, did it happen?
God don't slack.
I'm just asking if it happened. I'm just asking if it happened.
The way Jesus said it was going to happen, it happened.
Okay,
and
so
it's gonna happen
when did it
again.
happen? When did Jesus return and judge everybody in the world?
When he said it was going to happen.
Which is when? When did it happen?
I don't have a date.
So you don't know that it happened then?
No, I believe that it did happen the way Jesus and God said it was going to happen.
But nobody recorded
and
it.
it's going to happen.
So Jesus came back, collected all the people on earth, and then judged them, and then set some off to hell and sent off to heaven. And that happened, but no one bothered to write it down?
Yeah, you're expounding on the text, and
no, I'm not.
You're obviously redefining some words.
What word did I redefine?
Yeah, things happened that Jesus said was going to happen.
What word did I redefine?
Again, in the way.
What word did I redefine?
That's a good question.
Because you accused me of something that I clearly didn't do. Jesus says, when the Son of Man comes, everybody's going to see it. He says, the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and all the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. He will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from the four winds from one end of heaven to the other. That didn't happen.
How do you know it didn't happen?
When did all tribes mourn because they saw Jesus come back? All the tribes of the earth. When did that happen?
I don't know. I wasn't there, and it evidently during my lifetime it has not happened.
Obviously,
during other people's lifetime, it may very well have happened. Who am I to say what other people have seen and testified to?
It quite literally didn't happen, even under your own revelation theology, because in the same chapter, look what he says in verse 36 and beyond. Hold on, or 25, 30, or 24. I'm sorry, 24. 36 and whatnot. Okay, so what he says, when he comes back, he's going to do. He says, about that day or hour, no one knows, neither the angels of heaven nor the Son, but only the Father. For as the days of Noah were, so will be the coming of the Son of Man. For as in the days of Noah before the flood, they were eating and drinking and making merry and giving in marriage until the day Noah entered the ark. And they knew nothing until the flood came and swept them all away. So too will be the coming of the Son of Man. 2 will be left in the field, and 1 will be taken, and 1 will be left. This is what you might call the rapture. Did that happen?
Quite possibly.
The rapture happened.
I think
that's a wild
the
claim.
rapture could happen periodically throughout the ages.
Somebody needs to tell Hal Lindsey.
A different understanding.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh.
So,
what do you think is going to happen when Jesus raptures everybody? What does the Bible say about that?
well, it says something about the church is going to be taken up and raptured, and there'll be a new heaven and a new earth.
Did that happen?
I don't know. I haven't been to another planet yet.
I'm sorry,
Could
what?
have.
Why do you think we would go to another planet?
Well, the Bible does say there'll be a new heaven and a new earth. I'm not sure that I've been on a new heaven or a new earth.
The same earth is going to be renewed.
Yeah. Is it? Is it going to be this earth, or is it going to be a new earth?
According to the Bible, it's going to be this earth. What talks about the renewal of the earth on multiple occasions.
Oh, the renewal of this earth. But it's not going to be a brand new earth? Or
It's going to be
new heaven?
It's going to be a renewal. It says all of the elements are going to be consumed by fire and redone.
Can it be one or the other or both? Or does it have to be one singularity way?
It can't be both because that would be a contradiction.
Well, I'm a twin. I'm an identical twin. You took pictures of me when I was in between the ages of, I don't know, birth till probably around 11. We looked identical. You couldn't tell us apart. And our names were so close to the same, we got confused. So anytime he did something, I got punished for it. Anytime I did something, he got punished for it. But our experiences were a lot of differences.
Yeah, I know how that works.
So
I have an identical twin brother too, but this is not relevant to what we're talking about.
I told you that to tell you this, that it has been my experience as an identical twin that 2 identical situations in different parts of the world can be true at the same time.
Not this one.
Or 2 opposite situations are in different parts of the world can be true at the same time.
Not this one, because if
with
the whole earth
of one letter,
if the whole earth
in my
is
name or his name,
good grief. If the whole earth is destroyed and replaced with a new one, then it's obviously clear that it's just not a renewal event. It can't be both. It has to be one or the other. It's also irrelevant. There's nothing to do with what we're talking about. What we're talking about is how Jesus failed his own second coming prediction. Obviously, the rapture didn't happen. Obviously, people didn't float in the air. Obviously, all nations of the earth didn't mourn when they saw the Son of Man in the clouds. In fact, Paul says in 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, he says, when this happens, they're going to live forever with the Lord. This is not, if people are still dying, then Jesus did not come back. In fact, I'll read you the passage. I assume you've read Thessalonians before. So what he says,
I've read parts of it. I can't say I read all of first and second Thessalonians.
He says, the Lord himself, with a cry of command, with the archangel's call, with the sound of God's trumpet, will descend from heaven, and the dead in Christ will rise first. Then we who are alive, who are left, because he thought he'd be alive when Jesus came back, will be caught up in the clouds together with them to meet the Lord in the air, and so we will be with the Lord forever. So if Jesus came back, nobody would be dying anymore. So that obviously didn't happen.
Well, do you know the story when he was on the cross and he died and took his last breath? That some of in the story, some of the saints rose from the grave and walked around and was among the
Yeah,
people
I know
in
it's
there in Jerusalem.
Matthew 27. I know it's also nonsense.
Oh, that's
You think
nonsense. It's
uh,
unbelievable.
you think a group of zombies came alive in Jerusalem and nobody's gonna write about that? That's crazy.
A group of zombies. I don't know. I mean, yeah. I mean, I believe all things are possible with God. I mean, with man, they're not. I understand you're limiting yourself to your own particular knowledge and world viewpoint, and so am I. I'm
Mm-hmm.
guilty of that too. You know, I
Mm-hmm.
can only perceive what I can see and smell and sense and taste and, through my senses. And I can
Mm-hmm.
only believe what I can believe.
Mm-hmm. Well, let me
But
ask you a
I
question.
believe there's
Why would we
definitely a
believe?
higher power than us that's higher than the government. If the
Why would
government is the highest power that we have on earth, we are all extremely screwed. And
why,
anybody since
why would
2020 can see that
why would anyone believe the Christian version of God?
because it's the way, the truth, and the life.
How do you know that?
It's the only way.
How do you know
Well,
that
I
to be
mean,
true?
Islam. All right, how many Christians are there according to your understanding
It doesn't matter. We're going to be like
in the
Christians are going to
world?
be
Well, I mean,
surpassed by
there's
Muslims in like a decade.
apparently
It's
several
actually not
billion Christians.
relevant. So what I'm trying to
Now
ask
there's
you
Islam.
is
Okay,
popularity of a religion doesn't make the religion true. Was Christianity true when they only had 12 followers?
Christianity was true when Adam and Eve, partook of the knowledge of good and evil.
Well, that's not true, and it doesn't answer my question. Was Christianity true when Jesus only had 12 followers?
Well, first of all, the way has always been true, the absolute way on earth. The laws of good and bad have always
Justin,
been true. That's
uh, do Protestants and
that's the
Catholics think
way.
that each other are going to heaven?
Christianity
Typically, no.
Christianity was
Oh,
a
sure
slur
then.
word against people who
Yeah, sure.
believed in the
Hey,
way,
His way,
the
his
truth,
way.
and the
The
life.
his way,
Sunni
you.
Islam would be the
Yeah.
largest group of, or the largest religion on earth in which everybody agrees they're the same religion.
Yeah. Hey,
What?
his
What?
way.
Oh
I think
no!
you've kind of lost the plot. Like you're not answering questions. You're not engaging with the topic. So I pretty much have to go at this point. I'm gonna move to the next guest. Okay.
Is this guy Muslim that was talking
No.
No, I'm
over
not.
you? Oh, you're not? Do
I
you
was
believe
talking
in
over you.
Islam?
He said
Typically,
no.
Oh,
if I'm not a
well.
Muslim, I wouldn't
Anyhow,
believe in Islam.
my point about Christianity is
Is a point we'll
He
never
was so
hear.
boring.
I thought maybe we can have some dialogue, but he wouldn't quit talking to actually engage in dialogue. So I just had to cut him. What are you gonna do?
He sounds
Well,
like
let's.
your grandpa when he's trying to talk about a topic he doesn't know anything about.
True, that is the case. All right, we've got two guests in the queue. One we've talked to a couple times. That's Saint. So I'm going to grab Tommy and then Saint in that particular order. We've not talked to Tommy before. Eric, thank you for the additional super chat. I had a bunch of droogs once and had a strange mental experience. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, duh, that's what drugs do. Mind altering substances alter your mind, and water is wet. That's the case. You should not. You should not be taking those substances and then attributing mystical experiences to them because it's ridiculous. Eric also says Christians love context so much they'll go to any lengths to defend it except for reading the book. True. They will shout context from the rooftop the minute you mention a prophecy from the Old Testament. Oh, context doesn't matter. Double fulfillment, partial fulfillment, spiritual fulfillment. All of a sudden, context doesn't mean anything. You know what we should do for a new topic? Oh, I'm going to write this down. I cannot believe I've never ran this topic. I'm going to write down on my new topic list, Christians, hate Bible context. That's going to be a fucking fun one. Okay, boom. Anyways, Peyote says, Justin, ever heard of New York's Super Stoops? What, Stups? The New York Initiative? We need a tech guy in tights. Wink, wink. Motherfucking Kraken Crew. Well, hell yeah, Peyote. Welcome to the Kraken Crew. But also, I don't know what that means. I have to look it up. Apparently, it's a term referring to New York super subs, a popular regional deli with a location in Pittsburgh, Square, for known online only prominent superhero content. Oh, interesting. Fuck. Sure. Is this like a? This is yeah. It's a food. Yeah, I fucking love sandwiches. I'm on board. Yeah, we'll do the sandwiches, buddy. 100%. And Logan, thank you for the super chat, says, how does it make sense that Jesus is Yahweh's servant if he is Yahweh God? Is this a good argument against Isaiah 53? That would be a good one, except that Jesus himself says that the Father is greater than I. And what the Christian is going to say was obviously because Jesus is referring to his mortal self, but in his God self. So now he's got two natures, and they want to go back and forth to justify the Bible, and it's ridiculous. But that's what they'll say. But you're right. I think you're right. Viking Chef, good to see you, buddy. It says, how do you get a musical priest to like you? B minor. Oh, that's a hot one. That's a hot tamale for sure. For sure. All right. Atlas, hey, good to see you tonight, friend. Says, last night I was baking while absent-mindedly singing. I'm curious what you're baking now. To the tune of Awesome God, no. Our Doug. Oh, there we go. Our Doug is an awesome rock. He reigns from Justin's shelf with sedimentary love. Our Doug is an awesome rock. We need to make this. Get on Suno or whatever your AI music generator is, and let's make this song a reality. We got to pump it to the skies. And Dr. Carla, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I must admit, it's been a while since I've had a good rapturing. True. I could go for another. Rock hard for Doug, simply wet for Sharon, and straight for Justin. Well, thank you, Dr. Carla. I appreciate it. And yeah, the first rapture was so much fun, even though no one described it, that maybe the second one would be like a after party. And Narrative Dude, thank you for the $19.99 super chat, friend, says, I should have known his way. Constant close-up of his hair would lead to the depths. But then he had to mention Hal Lindsey, and all I could remember was how that bastard's work had tormented my mother, and by extension me. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. My dad got into that nonsense too. I never got into that. But nevertheless, a lot of kids grew up with this fear of like, oh no, anytime everyone I know and love can get removed, and I might be left. And if you're left, it's going to be really bad. Is a kind of a nonsense thing to do to a child. Anyway, well, Saint left, so apparently Saint didn't want to come up, so we're going to get Tommy. If you're on TikTok, hey, the guest queue is open now. Hit the guest request button. If you're on YouTube or Twitch or Facebook, use the link on the screen, tiny.cc/DZLive. And if you're watching and you haven't liked and subscribed yet, Doug is very upset. You are only flaccid for Doug. We need you to be rock hard for Doug. Welcome in, Tommy. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
I am 18, and no, I don't believe in God. I'm actually kind of same team as you, and I just had a quick question if you're willing to entertain it. I know normally you talk to theists, but got time for a question?
Well, you're already here, but please don't do this again.
Okay, sorry about that. Real quick, there's a lot of scholars that I listen to, like Dan McClellan. There's Megan Lewis, who helps like host Bart Ehrman's podcast. And they're Christian or Mormon. They have like a faith tradition that they hold on to, but they're also very like honest scholars about the Bible and its problems. How do you personally like understand how they get to those positions? That's I don't know if you get the point I'm getting at. How do you think they can hold both things in two hands, you know?
Well, the professors I had in Bible college and seminary that were still part of the believing body didn't typically believe the traditional viewpoint. They had to teach it, obviously, but I would classify them as kind of agnostic believers. And they rationalize some things, and some things they just admit that it's nonsense. I had a professor in Old Testament class that literally told everyone that Daniel basically dated to the 2nd century, and here's why that's the case. And you would think that if he's a professor and he's at a Christian school, then like he has to say, no, that's a real prophecy. It's not forged or fake. But he didn't do that, which tells me that either one of two things is true. One, he doesn't believe what he's teaching, or two, he believes what he's teaching and he doesn't actually believe what Christians believe. And so that's usually how that works out. I haven't met too many professors at reputable schools that are like hardliners, unless they were like at Trinity Evangelical and they're like really into systematic theology, but those guys are really weird.
Yeah. Cool. Well, I appreciate the answer. Sorry to take your time with a non-theist, but
it's all right. It's all right. Cheers, buddy.
All right. Have a good one.
Well, shit, we took Tommy instead of Saint because we hadn't talked to Tommy before, and then Saint dropped. Now we don't have Saint. Well, fuck, that didn't go well. See, friends, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Please only join if you're opposition, because it derails the flow of the entire thing. And I already got oh shit, what's the word I'm thinking of? Well, I already got tagged on TikTok by the AI police. They're not even sending it out anymore. So let me do this. I'm going to restart the TikTok stream since I got, fuck, why am my mind is not catching the word I'm looking for. It's not demonetized. I got well, whatever. I got a warning. They're mad at me. So I got to restart the live. Restricted. Thank you. I don't know why it wasn't coming to my mind. Not a hard word. Let me restart TikTok and we'll probably get a guest pretty quick on TikTok. If you're watching on something other than TikTok, then use the link on the screen. Love to talk about your God. Doesn't matter which God it is. A lot of people ask me, does it have to be the Christian God? No, it doesn't have to be a Christian God. It could be any God. It just happens to be that we talk about the Christian God a lot because, you know, the Christian God is maybe the most popular. So, yeah, but I'm going to load up TikTok again in just a minute. Let me read a couple of super chats to wait for a guest to load up. Shirley Temple Black, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. It says, can you still take care of business with that bad right hand? Hope you heal fast. Rock hard for Doug and Siva for sure. Well, the thing of it is, to take care of business, yet you got to use the other hand. There's a lot of things I can't do with this thing. In fact, I had to carry something today. It had like handles on the bottom, and I couldn't even carry it by the handles. I had to like bear hug it and try to, you know, waddle it through the house. It was just one of those things. But yeah, so it's hard to do anything because if I grab onto anything with this hand, it's going to cause this finger to bend and it's going to open my wound up, and I can't have that happen because it entered the muscle. And so it just feels like a needle fucking stabbing pain. I probably should have got stitches, but I'm stubborn and hard-headed, so I didn't. Bryce Aroni, thank you for the super chat. Says also, in response to Alva, if someone struggled with homosexuality, aka they are still Christian, or Christianity is one with homosexuality, aka they still are. I mean, they're still homosexual. Christianity is one of the most toxic things they can become. True. Yeah. If there's a person in the church and they're struggling with their identity or their sexuality, Christianity is they're not gonna help you. It's gonna make you feel like shit. They're gonna demonize you. It's gonna be bad. People want to make the Bible like it's not against that lifestyle or, you know, that gender or that sex, but it is. Bible's strictly against it. Just fucking get rid of it. Throw it out. We don't need it. Don't try to change the Bible. Don't do words don't mean words so you can preserve Christian heritage. You know, just get rid of it. It's you know, the Bible God doesn't like you. And Chip, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says, had stitches in my left middle finger twice. Oh, damn. From a big chef knife. Chef knife, that'll do it to you. It was the worst. 0 out of 5 stars. Wasn't rock hard for Doug then, but am now. Well, listen, I'm glad that you are rock hard for Doug now and that your finger healed. I am curious how you cut it with a chef knife. Were you like, did you get the tip while you're like slicing something? I need to know about this, Chip. This is interesting. I've never cut a finger cutting vegetables or fruits unless it was like the tip of my finger. It never like at the base of anything. But you know, it could happen. When I was a kid, I cut my finger pretty bad, literally trying to use a knife to cut paper. And also, holy shit, hold on.
I hope you cleaned it well.
Yeah, I did. I did this time. Yeah, I cleaned it really well.
This time? What happened last time?
Well, I'll fill you in on that in a second. Yeah. Luvenia Ortega, thank you so much for the $200 on Venmo. That's huge support. I super appreciate that. Big W. And also says, have fun with your son. I'm absolutely going to have fun with my son. That's what summer's all about. If summer isn't fun, I don't know, did you not do summer? I feel like that's the case. Kids deserve to have fun and be outside and play in summer. That's my position. Not everyone agrees with that, but that's my position. You need to have fun. You remember those summers. Well, Saint did come back. So what we'll do is we'll get Zen super chat, and then we'll get Saint. Zen, my friend, great to see you. Thank you so much for the $49 super chat, and I hope you're doing well. Hello, my guru. Been a while since I paid my education fees. Don't worry. Googled cost of filing grad school app at OSU and US Public University. Venmo. Oh, Zen, that was you. Okay, now I know who. Venmo that amount and a little extra for summer water fun with your beautiful son. Rock hard for Doug. Love your work. Zen, thank you so much. It's super generous of you to support what I'm doing, and then also, try to help me to have fun with my son, which is we're gonna be getting in some water, y'all. I've talked about my son's love of water before. There's gonna be some fun stuff. I am though curious. I think this might be the year that he really starts swimming more and more without any flotation devices. So I'm excited, but also a little nervous. We'll see how that happens because he's really eager to jump in. And he's not very cautious. So we'll get Saint in here. Saint came back, and we'll hopefully have some dialogue. Welcome back, Saint.
What's up?
Saint, we've talked a couple times before. Did you have something? What's that?
I believe it's only been one time.
Is it just one? Let me check. See, we talked on 10/22. We talked to a different Saint on 6/5. So this will be our second time, yeah.
So yeah, I want to know what your criteria is for imaginary to see if my God fits the description.
It means that it exists in somebody's imagination, but it can't be demonstrated to exist outside of the imagination. Say like the Tooth Fairy, or I don't know, the resurrected Elvis.
Gotcha. So is that criteria consistent?
Criteria for what?
Are you consistent with that criteria? I'm saying, are you consistent with that criteria?
Yeah.
So do you have that same criteria for logic?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, so your logic is imaginary?
No, logic doesn't exist.
Wait, so what did you use to come to the conclusion that God is imaginary?
So logic isn't a thing that has independent ontology. It's a way of thinking that we created. It's a language that describes the behavior of isness, how the universe is, how it behaves. So it doesn't have ontology unless you think us creating something gives it ontology.
So I just want to get this clear. You do think that logic or your reason is a figment of your imagination. Is that correct?
Not a figment. You should probably look that word up.
So what is it?
It's a concept. It's a construct developed by minds. A figment is when you imagine or you see something that doesn't, like I saw a ghost or a 10-foot bunny rabbit. That's a figment of your imagination.
Okay. So things that can't be proven outside of the mind are unjustified, correct?
I don't know if you mean unjustified. Justified and, say, evidenced are different. So, for example...
Wait, so... Okay, go ahead.
So if you're a child, you're like 5, and your parents tell you that Santa exists, you're 5. You're justified in believing that Santa exists because you don't know any better. Justification is different than whether or not your evidence is good enough for belief as, like a God concept.
No, I'm saying you said that it's imaginary, and I would assume things that are imaginary aren't justified, like it's imaginary. So
you mean people aren't justified in believing them?
Yeah.
Okay. So
Because
again, I just told you. Again, I just told you there are things that you could be justified to believe in that don't exist because you don't have good information. So justification to believe something is not the same thing as evidence.
So wait, someone can be justified in believing in God?
I never said you wouldn't. Are you
You
confused
said it's
here?
imaginary. So do you think that things that are
I've never
imaginary are
once
reasonable to
said
believe?
that a human being could not be justified to believe in God. There are many human beings who have what I would call some kind of justification for their belief in God, namely like personal experiences or how you grew up, different things like that. But having a justification to believe something is different than whether or not it actually exists, which is what we're talking about.
Well, justification is all we have.
No, it's not.
There's many things you can't prove to exist. You claim the mind. You can't prove you have a mind.
I didn't say anything about proof.
So
You're not
what
even
is
listening to what
your
I say.
criteria then? Well, you haven't really given me a strict definition for this stuff yet.
I just did. Something that's imaginary, like an entity, like the tooth fairy or God. It's imaginary because you can imagine it, but you can't demonstrate it or even give reasonable proof that it exists.
You said a reasonable proof. What is that?
Proof that's like testable, repeatable, demonstrable, or even is, I don't know, the end result of a logical syllogism that's sound and valid.
Yeah, but you can't do that for reason itself.
Reason is just a process we engage in.
But processes are not true or false.
Our processes don't have truth values. It is bad.
So anything that produced from it cannot be true or false, correct?
No. Processes can produce propositions, and propositions can be true or false.
Yeah, no. Processes. What process?
This
can
is
produce a
bad.
proposition?
It is really bad. So
yeah, no.
thinking,
what process can produce a proposition?
Thinking
Name
can
a
produce a
process that can produce a
proposition. I can think that the sun is out right now, and then I can make a proposition, the sun's out right now. It is embarrassing, dude.
Thinking. I don't think thinking is a process. What do you do? What do you define thinking as? What is thinking?
It's a process that happens in your brain over a particular amount of time.
So,
do you know what a process is?
Thinking is a process, and the process of thinking.
Do you know what a process is?
That's what I just asked you.
It's a series of progressive, independent actions or steps directed towards a specific goal or resulting in some kind of a change. And time helps that happen.
Yeah, but so you're talking about thoughts here. Thoughts under your worldview would seem to just be chemical reactions, correct?
Yeah.
And that is a process. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so how do those chemical reactions produce actual thoughts and not just more chemical reactions?
They are the thoughts.
But they're just chemical reactions.
Yeah. And we call them thoughts.
So they're not real thoughts then. They're just literally a chemical reaction. How do you distinguish chemical reaction in your brain versus a chemical reaction in fire?
They're different chemical reactions. They're made of different things. You know that fire's not made of neurons, right?
What changes
fire is basically
the
plasma.
Truth value? Yeah, but what changes the truth value of the fact that it's just a chemical reaction? Because
it's a
you're
proposition.
Saying that this chemical reaction produced
it's a proposition.
Non-God, and that other chemical reaction is just fire. What's the difference between the two?
Because we know what fire's made of, and we know what the brain's made of.
What are your chemical reactions made of?
Ems, you want to tell them how the chemical reactions work in your brain?
Yeah. So mostly by neurotransmitters that transmit specific signals from one place to another. That is all it is, Yani. So if you have a specific, for example, the feeling, or people who have depression who are lacking serotonin, what that is, it's a chemical that is released in the brain between neurons, and the concentration of said chemicals between neurons is what causes the feeling of joy or pleasure between, or in humans themselves, because they bind to receptors, and the function of those receptors are to elicit specific neural pathways that cause specific reactions in the brain. So, for example, there's a thing called the modality of a receptor. For example, if you hit your eye, the neurons in your eye interpret that as light. Have you ever had something hit your eye and then you see a flash of light? That is because any stimulation to any neurons have specific modalities in which if you have a receptor for light, no matter what stimulant you give it, it is going to interpret that as light, regardless as if it is light or not. Which is why whenever you get hit in the eye, you still interpret that as a flash of light.
Yeah, I don't know how any of that showed how a chemical reaction in your brain is any different from a chemical reaction in a fire.
Because again, a chemical reaction in a fire is, again, for something using oxygen to burn, and the difference between that and what happens in the brain is, again, you have specific chemicals that travel from the release site to the binding site, and then they cause
That
specific.
doesn't change anything. Where the chemical
No,
reaction
you said
travels
what is
to
the
does not
difference? But you said
change.
no.
Wait,
A chemical
where it
reaction doesn't
travels to
travel.
does
A
not
chemical
change
reaction,
anything.
a chemical reaction does not travel. I'm talking
You
about the
just said it
release of
travels.
neurotransmitters.
That's
I
what you just
didn't.
said.
What I said are the neurotransmitters travel. A neurotransmitter is not a chemical reaction.
Okay.
It's a neurotransmitter. It transmits specific signals from one site to an origin, from an origin to a site of action.
Yeah,
So
how does that
again, if
get
you
you
have,
thought? That's the point I'm trying to get to.
because again, as I said, neurons, depending on where they are, they interpret things on a specific. For example, again,
They
the
interpret
neurons on the
things?
back.
Wait. Chemical reactions
Yes,
interpret
yes.
things?
So you think neurons are chemical reactions?
No, you said that what interprets things?
Neurons.
How do you know that a neuron interprets things? Where are you getting that from?
Because again, if you have any specific specialized neuron that has a action, let me finish again. It has a
What's the
specific.
evidence of this, by the way?
I give you an example of that.
Not an example. Where's the evidence?
I give you an example of that.
Where is
Examples
the
are
evidence
evidence.
that a chemical reaction or a neuron can interpret?
The evidence is
A neuron and a chemical reaction are not the same thing.
the evidence is Neuralink and the devices that came before Neuralink that tap into your actual fucking neurons and allow you to move stuff with your brain.
If you stimulate specific neurons which are specialized, again, if you stimulate
Where's the evidence that neurons or chemical reactions interpret things? Because
those are not the same thing.
Are people that have personhood.
You're confusing or conjoining two terms. Chemical reactions. No, you are very confused. Chemical reactions are not neurons. Those are two different things.
I didn't say they were.
Yes, you were.
Give me either
You
one.
said,
I
give
said,
me an
give me
example.
the evidence of a chemical reaction or a neuron that interprets things.
Sure, again, a neuron that is specialized in light sensation, like those in your eyes, if you give it any mode
I
of...
didn't ask you to keep talking. Where's the evidence?
Oh, sorry, you want me to sign it to you?
I get you did research. Can you give me the evidence of this?
Again, I'm giving it to you. How am I going to give it to you without talking?
No, you're not giving me the evidence. You're giving me
No,
the
you're just
scientific
unable.
study or whatever where they
What do you
just
think
tell you
scientific
stuff
studies
without
are?
any evidence. I'm asking for the
No,
evidence.
that is evidence. That is evidence again.
Wow.
If you have
because someone
baseball,
told you that's
again,
evidence, okay.
No, because it happens and you can experiment on it.
When did you observe
Again,
that?
if a baseball strikes your eyes, you have a flash of light that is
More
produced.
words, non-answers.
So you don't understand the words a baseball and strike and die. You don't understand those words.
I believe he actually
those
knows
are
them.
words that are right to understand.
He didn't know the meaning of the word process earlier.
I didn't say that. All I'm asking for is the evidence that a chemical reaction or
Sure.
a
Could you
neuron
repeat what
can
I said?
interpret
Could you
things.
repeat what I said? Could you
It
repeat
has
what I
so many
said?
presuppositions. You said
Could
a
you
lot of
repeat what I
stuff,
said? Could you repeat what I said? The last
said a lot
sentence I
of
said. Oh, the last sentence I said.
bro. We were obviously talking over each other. I couldn't hear you.
So why would you stop me then?
Because you weren't answering the question. That was the problem.
I was. So how would you know
so
that
what
I
is
wasn't
your
answering the
answer?
question?
What is
Wait.
the evidence?
How? Wait.
What is the
How would you
evidence
know that I
that
just
a
a second?
chemical
Say it.
reaction or a
Just a
neuron
second.
can
Just a
interpret
second.
things?
Just a
Go
second.
ahead.
How would you know? How would you know I wasn't answering the question if you don't know what I said?
I didn't say I didn't know what you said. I heard your answer. It was a non-answer to my question. What was the problem?
No, you just wasn't able to understand what I was saying. That's
Okay,
all.
so what is the evidence that a chemical
Again.
reaction or a neuron can interpret things? Go ahead.
Again, any stimulation of specialized neurons results in the same outcome.
Okay, how about
That
this?
is the answer.
Either you don't understand the question or you simply are choosing
No,
not
you
to
just don't
answer it
understand
because
the
you know
answer.
it's a problem for your worldview.
It
Can
is not.
something without consciousness interpret anything?
Yes, processors.
Okay.
Yep.
So now, can you give me the evidence that a chemical reaction or a neuron is
Yeah,
conscious?
you never use a calculator. Actually, I believe you haven't used a calculator.
Wow, now calculators are conscious. What is the definition of
calculators?
consciousness? Let's start there.
You said something non-conscious.
Yeah, something non-conscious that interprets things.
That's a calculator.
What does it mean to interpret?
He doesn't know what interpret means now. Oh my goodness. Okay.
No, I'm asking you what you mean by, because maybe we're using different definitions.
Interpret just means you're using data to formulate an extrapolation.
Where are you getting the definition from?
Do you not know what the word "you" used means?
No, I'm saying that the definition you just gave is not the definition. So I'm asking.
It
where
is
did you
the
get it from?
definition, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, pull it up on
What
the
do you
screen.
think the definition is?
Yeah, go ahead. Pull up the definition of.
I'm sorry.
And it
Does
requires a mind
calculators
to make sense of.
do calculators
No, they
not analyze
they don't.
data? They do.
No.
Yeah.
They
yeah,
only
they
do
do.
what they're programmed to do.
That's all
So
we
if you're
do.
going to say that's what, wait. So what programmed humans?
We're not programmed.
Nobody.
We're
Well, then that
evolved.
doesn't work.
It does
Unfortunately,
work,
it doesn't
yeah.
work then.
Yeah, it does.
If humans interpret things, and you're saying that that's basically what a calculator does, but calculators are programmed, then it doesn't work with humans. Unfortunately,
It does, yeah,
That is not how
because
it
you ask
works.
for something
okay.
non-sentient
So then, what programmed us then?
that is able to interpret.
So do
This
you
is
have a
rough.
definition there?
By
I'm
the
still
way,
waiting for
Justin,
you to
I
give me
think
the
as I
definition.
I just did.
I think.
Oh, well,
I
then we
think
agree.
Snitch wants up.
Oh,
No, we
Snitch Bar
don't.
does one up.
That's not what you said.
Yeah, it's mostly what I said, yeah. The ability to process data is interpreting. It could be a language, it could be
So
math,
okay, so
it
then
could be
give me the
signs.
I got you. So now, next step, can you give me any scientist, right, that has ever run a science experiment and said that a chemical reaction can process data? Go ahead.
Who said
Yeah.
that? Like, could you
What-
find
That's what
the
he just said. What do you
point?
mean who said
No,
that?
you
That's what he
just
What do you
again, you're
think
just
s-
again say it.
He said
You're
yeah. So now
just
show me.
again say it. You're simply just
I love
confused on what is being
imprisonment, by the
said.
way.
Sure, could you go please find within the clip it is recorded and live streamed where anybody said chemical reactions interpret anything?
Oh my gosh.
What was said is that neurons do. Neurons
What was
do
my
interpret things.
okay? Let's go with neurons. How about that? Does that work better? Okay, neurons. Now, okay, show me where neurons, right? Show me where any scientist has ever run an experiment and came to the conclusion that neurons can interpret things. Go ahead.
The neurons
From the
aren't
literal
the
word,
things
it is by
doing
definition
the...
able to
Oh, so
interpret
now the
things.
neurons aren't interpreting
No.
things. So now what are we talking about?
No,
here?
no, they are.
What's
They
going
are.
on here?
From the literal,
so
from
now
the
they are.
literal,
Okay, so now
from
can
the
you show
literal
me?
again, Habibi, from the literal function of the neuron, you'd be able to know that.
You can literally refute
Again,
me right now.
any
Just
no,
show me
again,
the
I told
experiment
you.
that was ran. Can you just do that?
I told you. What experiment do you need? Again,
The
this
one
is
that was
something that is
ran
objectively
for
true.
you to come to your
What,
conclusion.
what
do you mean it's
again? What
objectively true?
experiment
Go
do you
Yeah,
need to know that? Again,
I'll
what
just give
experiment do
you
need to know that
the
sky is blue?
paper. I'll give you the paper. It's okay.
It is
The paper
literally
for
the
what?
function of a neuron to interpret things.
Yeah, I know that's what you
It
were
is literally.
told. Can you give me the
No, that
evidence?
is not what
of
I was
that?
told. That is the actual function of the neuron, Habibi.
According to who?
Yeah. So
According to
according to this
neurology.
paper
Great.
from the National Library of Medicine, it's and Ems probably knows the chemicals. Na, K, Ca2, and Ci move through ion channels across the cell membrane. Those are the
Sodium and
chemicals.
potassium and
Yeah, these are just more claims.
calcium.
Can you give me the evidence? I mean, what's going on
Claims.
here?
What do
Claims
you
you
think
can literally
evidence
see this under
is?
an electron microscope.
Well, yeah, evidence would be anything that raises the probability of a conclusion being true.
So the National Library of Medicine,
That can be
that-
vague, but there's different.
the National Library of Medicine that told you exactly which chemicals they are is not evidence.
No, they just made
How
a
do you
claim.
think
So,
how do you think they
in
came
this
up
case-
with those chemicals?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
There's videos
I
of
mean, it's okay.
the,
So, like,
the
the thing
channels.
is,
Again, there's
under my
no,
worldview,
wait.
The only thing that can interpret
Wait,
things
Javier.
are persons.
Say it.
Brains.
Like this
We're
is
just
you have to have a
um,
self in order to interpret
just a
things.
second,
So
say
if you
it. Just a
think that
second.
there's only chemical
No, you
reactions
just
in
don't
neurons,
understand.
which is why
You
it's a
don't
problem.
understand what the word. You don't understand what the word interpret means. Justin, pull up a video of an electron microscope seeing it,
Oh, sure, yeah.
because this is just
He-
observable.
Well, he doesn't know what an electron is, so this is
Electron microscope and sodium potassium pump,
okay.
or Na/K pump. Na. So that is.
Oh fuck,
sodium
Na.
potassium.
Sorry.
Mhm. You should be able to find videos of it.
Actually, I probably should have searched on YouTube, but here's a sodium potassium pump. Let's see how it works. Actually, this is an illustration. Well, let's read it.
Go to
There.
the videos section. Maybe you'd find one there or pictures.
Fuck, what just happened?
Let me find one.
There's a lot of videos on it.
A lot of videos. So I'm just asking for the evidence. And see, this is where atheism leads you. You now believe that chemical reactions in neurons can interpret things.
To science. Yeah, we know this is where atheism leads you. Yeah, to actual true testable
It's a
things.
nonsense. Wait, okay,
No.
so what was? Oh, just show me the experiment where it tested it. That's all I'm asking for.
These aren't experiments.
So what are they?
So when you look at like the molecular structure of something, that's not an experiment. You're just looking at it, right? When they look at the brain using an electron microscope or something else, and they're able to see what's happening. It's not an experiment. They're just looking and saying, oh, this is the finding. It doesn't have to be an experiment.
Yeah, okay. Show me that. How about that?
I just did. It's literally recorded in the paper.
Check Discord.
You showed me the paper where they claimed it. I'm not saying there's not claims. Even he just made
okay,
claims.
so these
those are observational
okay,
facts.
so these scientists are just lying then.
I don't know. That's
you
why I'm
can
asking for
scroll
the
down.
evidence.
You don't know?
You're the atheist, right? Isn't
Hey, scroll
atheism
down to
based
the
on all
pictures.
evidence? When I come and ask for evidence, it's like, well, but he said it though. So how about this?
I'm saying so we should never trust
William
a
Lane
scientist
Craig,
that said
where
they
he makes
found
an argument for
something.
God. Does
So you're
William
never
Lane
gonna,
Craig work?
we should never trust a scientist then?
No. You can trust him all you want.
Oh,
saying,
okay. So
it's
if a scientist
odd
says
that
we
you as the
examined a
atheist
thing
accept
and this
just
is what
random
we
claims.
found, we should or should not believe them.
Justin, go to the PDF.
You shouldn't believe him until you find evidence.
That's
scroll
the
down, it
evidence.
should have pictures of
Either
it.
philosophical or empirical. Either one works.
That's
so if you want to make the
empirical.
philosophical argument for it, okay,
You see the
so
images?
you see now you're back to empiricism. So
He
show me
doesn't
the
see.
empirical.
He doesn't see the
empirical-
images.
The second
He's
image
not
of
even
the
looking.
electron microscope.
Now we're looking at images. Hilarious.
Yeah, because
so
this
images
is
From
are
an
images.
electron microscope.
Yes, you said
the images are
where are
evidence
they?
now.
Yes.
Okay,
You're seeing
so
them. You're
looking
seeing the
at this
actual channels in
image,
front
can
of
you show me where the neuron is interpreting anything?
Yeah, this is
Yes, I
a
can.
picture.
You have the actual channels within the membrane themselves, which allow ions to go inside of them, which causes the propagation of a potential within the actual lining of the neuron, which is what causes the change of data from, for example, heat to electricity, which is interpretation.
Wait, how are you getting that it's interpreting something because there was a change?
Because that is, you have data, and then you have an extrapolation of the data. So yes.
Yeah, heat to electricity is a very common transfer of information.
There was a change, but where are you getting interpret from?
From
That's
the fact that it
doing.
took this specific again, took this specific input.
How about this? Let's go back to the original claim because I don't think we're going to get anywhere with this chemical reaction stuff.
Yeah,
so
the original claim. The original claim,
God's imaginary, yeah.
Which you haven't even attempted to address why your God would be anything but imaginary. I assume you won't.
I'm showing how the very claim God is imaginary, according to your criteria, wouldn't work. You'll fall into contradiction because your criteria means that you should reject your own reason that you came to denial of God, because that very thing, which is reason, is unjustified.
Wrong again.
Okay, so can something that only exists within the mind be justified and reasonable to believe in?
You mean if we know it doesn't exist in real life, should we believe in it?
Well, how would you know?
I'm asking you. If we have evidence that it contradicts what we find in nature, are we still justified in believing it?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, there you go. So you would be justified in believing a God if God actually had some sort of evidence and we saw something in, say, in our world or universe or even in the metaphysical sense about God, but there's nothing. There's no evidence for this God.
You said contradicts nature, and I think there is evidence of God. We just
I didn't say contradicts nature. You did. You don't listen very well.
I didn't say that. Replay the clip, and you literally the one that said that. That's why I asked you back.
Nope.
Wow. Okay. So, you don't believe in something that is independent of all things?
No. By definition, that thing would be part of the all things set.
Okay. So, do you believe anything within the universe is contingent or dependent?
I think the entire universe is probably contingent.
Okay. Do contingent things require a cause outside of themselves?
No.
Why not?
Because it could be cyclical. It could be a cyclical series of causes because energy is conserved.
That doesn't work. Because
sure does.
You're basically just saying that if I add more contingency onto contingents, it suddenly becomes independent.
No, I didn't say anything about independent. Didn't use independent ones.
Okay, so then how do
you... In fact, I told you it doesn't need independent
No, but I'm saying, then how do you explain its existence, if that's the case?
It's necessary. It always existed.
Well, then, okay, so it's necessary. So can something that is
That's
contingent.
what you think about your God. You think your
exists?
God's necessary. This is going to be a bad precept argument.
I believe in necessary being.
At
I'm
no
saying
point
that
in time will this clown ever give evidence for his God. At no point in time.
We're trying to get there. I'm trying to show you how you believe in a first sustainer, but we have to get there.
I don't.
First. So
I don't believe in a first sustainer.
You said that the universe as a whole, right? The universe itself is contingent, but you're also saying
no, I didn't say that.
Oh my goodness!
It's an infinite cycle of causes
that are all
the items. Right? The items inside of the universal set are going to be contingent on whatever cause came before it.
Yeah, but okay, so then if everything within a set is contingent, then the entire set is contingent.
No.
How not?
Is the Trinity, is Jesus contingent?
No.
Is Jesus part of a set?
A part of a set? What do you mean by set?
The Trinity is 3 in 1. It's a set.
I wouldn't call it a set.
They fucking nailed him. Never saw that one coming. Oh boy.
No, I wouldn't say it's a set. No. So now what?
It is a set though.
Okay, good. So you're just gonna just throw my theology out the window and then just
go? No, it literally is 3. How many people are in the Trinity? How many persons?
3 persons.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's 3 persons. Yeah. Is 3 of something a set?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, so is the person of Jesus contingent?
No.
Okay. Well, no, he is actually.
Okay,
he admits it.
Okay, so if you have a set of things that is contingent, is it contingent as a set or is it necessary? Which one?
The set itself is necessary.
How do you get a necessary set from a thing full of contingency?
Because it always existed.
Well, how do you explain its existence in the first place?
It always existed. I just said it.
You're just asserting
the same way you assert that your God always existed. No, we have evidence for it.
I got you. You're just asserting that it always existed, but how do you account for
we have evidence
always
for
existing when it's contingent? How does something that's contingent always exist?
I didn't say it was contingent. The items inside of the set of the universe are contingent on whatever cause preceded it. But
is contingent.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. That's by definition.
No, it's not.
True.
Nope, no, it's not.
So just saying doesn't get us anywhere.
Just saying doesn't get you anywhere. You give me the argument for why it's contingent.
I'm giving you the reason.
I need the argument. Give me the argument. Prove it.
If everything in a chain is contingent, then the entire chain is contingent. Because
give me the argument.
In the chain, nothing within the chain has actuality within itself, but it has to be given it.
Again, waiting for the argument.
That is the argument.
Get to the point where the set must be contingent.
I just told you.
It sounds like a composition fallacy, according to Jeff.
If everything within a set is contingent, then nothing within the set has actuality within itself to produce.
I didn't say an item in the set. I said the set itself.
Yeah, but you also said that everything within the set is contingent.
So yeah, the items inside of the set is contingent, but the thing we're calling the set is necessary.
How do you get to the point? How do you get necessary existence from contingency?
Because it's always existed. It doesn't come from contingency.
So you're just asserting that.
No, the contingency comes from time existing. See how I told you he's never going to give an argument for God even once. This is what precepts do. He's never going to do it. He's never going to do it.
Be honest enough. Either
I'm being honest with you.
Actually, this low tier, or you.
What do you think a composition fallacy is?
What does that have to do with the argument here?
That's what you're committing right now.
No, it's not.
Well, do you know what it is?
When you assume something is true of a whole because part is true, it's like that concept.
There you go. That's what you're doing.
How?
Because you're assuming that because the parts are contingent, that the whole must be contingent. You literally just described it.
No, that's not what applies here, though.
It does.
I gave you the argument. I gave you the argument for why the whole is contingent.
No, you didn't.
Just say it. I've never heard someone say that before. Just is your argument.
I'm gonna write it down for you, and I'm gonna put it on the screen, and I want you to justify every premise leading to your conclusion, and you're not gonna have an actual argument.
Well, you want me to give you the syllogism for dependent?
Yeah, give me the syllogism.
All right, I got
you. P1, buddy.
Dependent things require a cause or explanation outside of themselves.
I don't know why it corrected me.
And then we can just, you can stop me where you disagree. So do you disagree with that?
I don't know if I do agree with it, but I would be willing to grant it for now.
Well, if you agree with this, then everything else is going to follow. So you either disagree with this or you agree, because then I would ask you if anything within the universe is dependent, and if you say yes, if that is the case, then you're going to be lead to an infinite regress, and we can have that.
What do you know about quantum particles and the decay?
What is that?
There are things like in quantum physics, like in particle physics, that one, don't have an actual explanation, and two, aren't deterministic, and three, have decay, which is not part of a causal chain.
Wait, how do they know that they don't have an explanation for their existence?
You ask them. I didn't say for existence, by the way. I said for behavior. For behavior.
Well, that's not, I don't care about behavior. I care about existence.
I'm talking about something that doesn't have a reason for its behavior, which means the causation doesn't have a contingent fact before it.
All I care about is its existence. I don't care about why it does things.
Yeah, we know it exists. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm saying dependent things. Does that, what you just named, does it require something else for its existence? Or does it necessarily exist?
Again, we don't know. There's some part of quantum physics that seems to disagree with that, which is why I said I would be willing to grant it to you, even though I don't believe that it's true.
Okay. So premise 2 is every member of a chain is dependent. If every member of the chain is dependent, then the whole chain is dependent.
That's your conclusion. If every member, okay, of the chain is contingent, then the chain is...
Well, I asked you to stop me where you disagree.
Well, there you go. Your conclusion is premise 2, which is pretty crazy.
It's not, but I mean, we can stop there. So you would need to explain how a chain or a collection of dependent things magically becomes independent.
No, you have to explain. You actually have to explain why all the members of a set must also mean that the set itself is whatever the members are. That's burden shifting.
Nothing. Okay, let me explain it to you like this. This is a easy way to kind of break down what I'm talking about. You have an outlet, right? Let's say take like an extension cord, right? Do extension cords within themselves have like power or electricity?
Electricity, kind of. I don't think you know what electricity is.
So if I plugged my phone into a extension cord that is not plugged into a wall, would my phone charge?
No, but that's not what electricity is.
It doesn't matter. You get the point. You get the concept.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So if we apply that, right, and I just keep plugging my extension cord into other extension cords, would I finally get my phone charged? If you can apply an infinite number of extension cords, would my phone get charged?
So what you're doing is a category error. You're asking, is there an endpoint to infinity? And no.
No, I don't care if there's
you went from composition fallacy to a category error. This is crazy.
I didn't say there was an endpoint.
Imagining having this amount of confidence with no actual argumentation. Jesus. Pretty crazy.
Yeah, I got you. So then answer the question. Would my phone be charged?
I did. I just told you made not a composition. You made a category error.
How is it a category error?
I told you, because you're putting an endpoint on something that doesn't have an endpoint.
Okay. I only said infinitely, an infinite number of extension cords, just so that there wouldn't be, well, if you applied infinitely, I said that it doesn't matter how many extension cords you add. The point is, would my phone get charged even if I keep adding extension cords?
If that's not plugged in, the answer is going to be no.
Okay, why would my phone not be charged even if I
because you need a source of electromagnetism to move the electrons that are already in the copper.
Okay, got you. So now, since we know that just adding more contingency does not get us to independence, the same exact thing applies to my argument.
I didn't say anything about independence. I don't know
If
why you
everything
keep using
within
the
the
word
chain,
independent.
if everything within the chain does not have power within itself, there would be no power.
Again, you're using the set items, the elements, to refer to the set, which is a composition fallacy again.
Why is my argument false?
Because you haven't demonstrated it to be true, and number two, it's composition fallacy.
Well, I gave you the argument. What is wrong with the argument?
The argument doesn't even have a conclusion yet. You use P2 as your conclusion.
Yeah, what's wrong with my argument?
It doesn't have a conclusion.
Critique the argument then.
It doesn't have a conclusion. It's not a full argument.
You just said, yes, it is. What the world?
Okay, do you want me to change
independent causes?
Do you want me to change P2 to your conclusion?
Do you wait? So how many premises do you think have to be? Because I have other premises, but I said stop me where you disagree. We stop there.
I'm sorry, do you have more than one premise? Because otherwise, P2 is your conclusion.
No, I have more premises. I said stop me where you disagree, and then we stop there.
I just did. Okay, so you want this to be P2. Well, now this is invalid because your P2 assumes your conclusion. I've never seen a Philbro make so many blunders in one conversation.
I haven't made not one blunder.
Yeah, you're doing it right now again.
All you've said is nuh-uh. And you actually agreed with the principle that if something doesn't have power within itself, then it cannot produce power. Therefore, there has to be something that is independent of
the extension cord is part of a set.
Yeah, the extension cord is, yes.
Yeah, I know. Everything about that is in a set.
And the set does not have electricity within itself or power within itself to produce electricity on its own. Therefore, it needs something independent of the set to produce electricity.
That would still be part of the set. That would still be part of the set.
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't.
It would. Yeah.
No, it wouldn't. You literally need to plug the extension cord into a wall. That's the wall is independent of the set.
You're making an artificial set now.
No, I'm not.
The extension cord. You just defined a set to be what you want it to be. You just made a set to what you want it to be.
No, I didn't.
So the set of all things doesn't have an artificial boundary around certain elements. It's the set of all things.
How did that? So answer my point where the extension cord is independent of the wall. That's why you need to plug it into the wall.
Yeah, the wall's part of the set.
How?
Of all things.
It's made part, but it exists independently.
You're comparing elements to the set of all things. That's another problem. That's a category error.
Okay,
this is blunder after blunder.
Can you do the analogy?
I did.
The set is independent of the wall, right?
Again, you've made an artificial set. You're using an element as the whole set of all things. I just did.
No, I'm not. You're like, stop assuming the argument I'm trying to make and stop like skipping ahead and just.
I specifically responded to your argument.
The extension cord.
I told you why your argument doesn't work.
No, you're not. You're not telling me why it doesn't work. You're just saying.
I just did. No, I told you exactly why.
You think you did, but you really didn't.
No, I did. Do you even know what I said? What do you think I said?
Something that doesn't respond to what I said.
So you don't even know what I said.
It's a very simple question. Does
the
wall exist?
Not even listening.
Of the extension cords?
Is the wall a set of all things?
Making it more complicated than what it is, or something that's very simple.
I just don't think you know what you're talking about.
Independent of the extension cords.
Yeah, and the wall is part of a set.
Okay, great. So that means there has to be something that exists prior to the set in order for the set to exist at all.
Yeah, the set of all things.
You just proved my point then.
The set of all things is not contingent.
You just proved my point.
No, I didn't.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
It's like funny because you're agreeing with the principle, but then denying the conclusion.
Not even close.
You don't even odd reason.
You don't even have a conclusion yet.
Something being independent.
You've never even provided a conclusion to the argument yet. You're still on P2. You don't even have a conclusion. What's your third premise, buddy? Let's look at the whole argument. What's P3?
A dependent chain requires something independent to explain it.
That P1. Your P3 is P1? Jesus.
No, P1 is the principle that dependent things require a cause or explanation outside of themselves. Premise 3 is a dependent chain requires something independent to explain it. Those are two different things.
A cause outside of yourself is something that's independent from yourself. You really struggle with words.
Want premise 4?
Sure, yeah, let's have it.
Therefore, an infinite regress of dependent causes cannot explain itself. That's basically what you're trying to do.
Oh, you'd be wrong again.
Now my conclusion is therefore, or there must be at least one independent, non-dependent cause.
Good enough?
Yep.
Awesome. So we got a lot of problems here. Premise 2 assumes your conclusion. So that's going to be a huge problem. That's begging the question. Do you want to fix that?
No, it's not. If premise 2, that's why I said if you accept premise 1, then you have to accept premise 2.
No, you don't.
Why not?
Because it's composition fallacy.
Okay, if the premise, no, I said if you accept premise 1, you're just saying that you reject it. That's a different thing.
Premise 2, I reject because it's composition fallacy.
No, it's not. If everything that is dependent, so this is what I'm saying. You're trying to say that dependent things can magically become independent by just adding more dependence.
No, I didn't say that.
That's what you're trying. That's what you're saying.
Nope,
That's
didn't
what
say
you're
that.
saying, though, is what I'm saying.
Nope.
I know you're not. I know you didn't say it, but based on what you believe, that's what you're.
You ever heard of
essentially
the
what you
quantum eternity theorem?
No, what is it?
It's I'm going to give you the simple layman's version of it. It's basically this: if there's anything other than a zero amount of energy in the universe, and energy, premise 2, is conserved, and then that means the energy always existed.
Yeah, mattergy. I said mattergy. Energy requires on matter to exist. Relies on matter to exist, so that doesn't work.
Energy can exist without matter. They can be in the quantum state.
In what form?
I just told you quantum state.
Wait, what type of energy would that be? Because you have kinetic, and all these other types. So what type of energy are you adding to now try to justify this claim?
All energy is energy, whether it's kinetic or already potential.
But I'm saying, in what form would it exist in if there's no matter?
I just told you it would be in the quantum field. So matter is when particles,
you said it would be in a
when
quantum
particles create something. So the quantum field isn't considered matter. It is material, yes, because the particles exist, but it's not matter.
Yeah, so I said, what state would it, what form would it exist in if there is no matter?
A quantum state.
A quantum state. So it would, energy would exist in. What does that mean? What does that mean? I don't know what that means.
You know what a quantum state is? It's a field. Do you know what a field is?
So you're saying it will exist in a field?
So you don't know what a field is then?
Yeah. Well, I'm asking you these questions.
It's gonna be a tough one. I can show you what a field
you said
is.
It would exist in a field. I don't want to know. I don't care for that.
Don't worry. We'll go back to electricity 101. I'll show you what a field is. Hold on.
This if you want.
Okay. This won't take long. See this? Yeah. Do you see the lines created when I put the magnet on it?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you think's causing that?
I don't know what.
The electromagnetic field. It's a quantum state called lines of flux. But it's not material. I mean, it's material, it's not matter. Fields exist, but they're not made of matter.
Yeah, I don't understand that. All I know is that if
I
there is
knew
no
you wouldn't.
particles, yeah, I don't understand. I'm not saying it's true. Honestly, I don't understand it.
Yeah, I know.
And I'm pretty sure it's
So
context that is if I added, then it wouldn't work. But
context to what?
like, would that apply if there was no space or no fields at all?
You obviously need space for things to exist. You need
Well, then there
space
you go.
and time for things to exist.
Yeah, and also no fields. If no fields exist, would there still be energy?
Yeah,
How?
because particles move. That's what energy is. It's a movement. It's a change in position
No.
and
Wait a minute.
velocity.
Yeah, that would. Can
Wait, you don't know
something
what
move without? That's not
you don't
matter.
know what energy is, do you?
That's kinetic
Oh,
energy.
jeez, this is so bad. What do you think
That'll be
energy
kinetic
is?
energy, though.
Wait, what do you think energy is?
I don't know how to define energy. How do you define energy?
Energy is just a movement. It's a change of anything. So, for example, when you run like electricity through a resistor and the resistor gets hot, it's getting hot because your fingers have sensors that can detect the excited atoms that are vibrating from collisions
Yeah,
with electrons.
all you're doing is proving my point. Energy needs other things to exist.
Energy is itself is not a thing that exists. It's the result of things moving.
Exactly. That was my point. If those
Yeah.
things didn't exist, then energy wouldn't exist. Therefore, energy is
No,
contingent on those things.
And energy is describing something that always has movement. When I say the energy always existed, I'm describing a state where there's always going to be some kind of change, and that
Okay,
you
so
get
let's talk
that in
about.
a quantum state. And you also
Okay,
get
so let's
it
talk
just
about change
having
then.
gravity. Because gravity exists, it requires no matter what's out there, there's going to be movement. And if there's movement, there's going to be energy.
Can things change on their own? Because I would define change as the actualization of potential. Can potential actualize itself?
I'm not talking about potential or actualization. I talk about gravity.
No,
You
I'm
know what
saying.
gravity is?
But you said change. You said
This is
change.
crazy.
I'm
It's a
trying to
crazy pivot.
bring this back full circle. Yeah, it is a pivot. I'm trying to get back full circle. Change, right? Change, I would define as the actualization of potential. Would you agree?
I think there's more to it than that.
What more to it can you add?
Change is literally any moment where something is not completely static.
Not completely static. What do you mean
Yeah.
by that? Like not moving?
Completely not moving or having any flux of energy or decreasing in heat or increasing in heat. If it's completely static in all forms, then that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, so you would agree that those things cannot actualize their own potential.
What things?
Anything. Can anything actualize its own potential? I mean, it's the principle.
Well, quantum physics is figuring that out still yet.
As we know right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so as we know right now, can anything actualize its own potential?
Again, we don't know. Quantum physics is trying to figure that out.
Okay. What do you think?
On the matter level, I would say probably not. On the quantum level, I don't know. I agree with the physicists. We're figuring some stuff out.
Fair enough. So, as we know right now, on the what does it mean on the matter level? Does that mean all we can observe?
Matter is of Jesus Christ. Do you not know what matter means? I told you already.
What you said? I don't know what matter means. Like this is not. That's a definition that no one has just universally agreed on. We can just say physical things. But
Physical things is different than matter.
What is matter?
Matter is when you actually have particles from the quantum field. A particle is an excitation and a quantizing of that field. And when those like bond with other things and they form an atom, now you have matter.
What is an atom?
It's a combination of different quantum particles. Nucleus, proton, electron, valence electrons, band 1, 2, 3, 4 electrons. I just told you they're quantized fields. I can give you an illustration if it helps.
you're describing what it is. I mean, you're describing like
You asked me what
I
it
guess I'm
is.
asking, what is it?
Yeah. I just told you what it is. I can give you an illustration if it
No,
helps.
so if I describe to you what a dog is, and I say something with 4 legs, a tail, etc., that does not tell me what a dog is, because there's many things that can have that.
Dog is more than that, but yeah, that actually gets you closer to what a dog is. So
Something similar, but what is it?
I just told you gets you close. What is what?
Matter. You said
I just told you. Were you not listening?
no. When we started breaking it down, I asked you more and more what that is.
What is?
Okay, I don't even care to go down that rabbit hole. I really don't. Just back to the change. I don't understand why we keep getting off topic.
You got off
Okay,
topic.
so as we know it, change or potential cannot actualize itself, right? As we know it.
Again, I don't know. It sounds like what you need to do is support the premise. Your premise is that your premise is that something your premise is that something that has potential can't actualize its own potential. I don't know that to be the case. Give me support for that.
Well, for the premise that potential can't actualize itself?
Yeah.
Because it's potential. If it had the actualization, then it would be actualized.
Yeah, I know.
That's
okay.
So then you agree with the premise. What
Do you know how like quantum spin works?
What is quantum spin now?
Okay, so in quantum physics, like not everything's deterministic. Do you know what deterministic means?
I mean, I can yes, but I don't know what you mean by deterministic in this case.
What it means is that there are things that happen that, as of now, as far as quantum physics is concerned, don't actually have causes that are determined. They are actually just probabilistic. I mean, it is probable that this will happen.
I don't know what that has to do with what I just said.
I just told you.
I said my premise was that potential cannot actualize itself. I gave you the reason why I said that.
And then I told you that you need to support that. And then you asked me another question.
Yeah, and I said that because if it had the actuality, then it wouldn't be potential. It would be actual.
Again, changing from potential to actual is not saying that potential is actual. This is really bad.
No, if it was actual, then it wouldn't be potential.
Like there's actually a wiki page dedicated to this. It's called self-actualization. Although to me, I think this is going to be a bad usage of words. I don't think that they're talking about the same thing. Give me a second. Oh yeah, Google doesn't understand these words. Never mind. I was looking for a case of something that is like actually made of matter that is self-actualizing. I'm just waiting for the support for the premise.
I just gave it to you.
You didn't. I told you why I didn't accept it.
Why did you accept it again?
Because something changing from potential to kinetic doesn't mean that it didn't self-actualizing. And it doesn't mean,
what do you mean by
that
kinetic. I didn't say kinetic.
Kinetic is actualized energy or actualized potential.
Sure. I've never read that definition before, but
I learned it in like the 5th grade.
I bet you did.
So God is real because
if
what?
If something right has, let's say, the potential for something, the question becomes, where does that come from? So say, for example, existence, right? You don't have existence within you. You had to have been given existence. Therefore, there has to be something that already possesses existence actually.
So the thing that existed before you wasn't given existence? You just did another fallacy. That's special pleading.
How is that a fallacy?
That's special pleading. We said all things that exist. need something to give it the existence, except for my magic thing that exists.
No,
That's what you said.
I didn't say that. I
Okay.
said
Do all things in
you
existence
have existence,
need
but existence
something to
was
cause
given
it
to
to
you.
exist?
Say it again.
Do all things in existence need something to cause it to exist?
Do all things in existence need something with prior existence to give it existence?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. There you go.
So then how do you explain existence at all if you don't have existence within yourself? That's the argument.
Because it's necessary.
Existence is necessary?
Yeah. We have no evidence that non-existence could even be possible.
No, I'm saying your existence was given to you, right?
No, you have to demonstrate that.
Principle.
You have to demonstrate that still.
So you've always existed?
The molecules, or we would say like the atoms that are in my body, every part of that atom existed somewhere at some point in time before I existed.
I'm talking about you. Like, I don't understand.
I am made of atoms.
You have to break stuff down to
because I am atoms. I'm a collection of atoms. I'm a collection of atoms.
You've always so then you. Matter of fact,
you mean the arrangement of atoms that you're looking at? No, that arrangement didn't always exist. But the atoms, like the actual quantum particles that came from a fundamental field, those always existed. Those fields always existed.
Yeah. Whenever someone says you, when they're referring to you, the person I'm speaking to right now, what are they referring to?
I just told you.
What?
All the parts that make me, which is made up of atoms.
So you're just a collection of atoms?
Yeah. You have to demonstrate that there's some spiritual component. You don't get to assume it.
Can atoms, I got you. Can atoms make true propositions?
Yeah, we already went through this. This is what we were talking about with chemicals in the brains and neurons. You want to do this a second time? What do you think chemicals are made of?
No, you didn't do it the first time.
What do you think chemicals are made of?
Wait, no, you didn't do it the first time.
Oh, they're made of atoms. Oh, of course, they're made of atoms. All right. Okay, so there's a lot of problems with your bad syllogism. I'm just gonna break it down. We're not going back to that dumb argument. We're in this argument right now.
Go back to it because you know it doesn't.
We already had it.
Why are you running? You're the one.
I'm not running. We already have it.
You want to go back to
the same answer that we gave you before is the same answer now, because neurons are going to break down to atoms.
So neurons can create true propositions?
If neurons can, yes. That's what the brain does. The brain does propositions. It computes.
That's an assertion.
It's true.
How do you
We know brains compute. This is not difficult. So
how do you know?
I'm going to walk through your syllogism. I'm going to tell you why you're wrong, and then I'm going to move on.
So you want
to various. Okay. I'm not going to pivot. I'm addressing your syllogism. So premise number one: dependent things require a cause outside of itself. Again, I told you I would grant that. Oh, Various just left. I told you I'd grant that. Even if it's not true, I'd grant it. Number two: every member of the chain is contingent. If every member of the chain is contingent, then the chain itself is contingent. That's what I said is not true. You have to support that, which you haven't. That is a composition fallacy.
Yeah, I already gave you the reason for that.
You didn't give me an argument for it at all.
I did. Because everything within the chain is contingent. And you agreed with the principle when I gave you the...
No, I didn't.
The extension. Yes, you did. You said
no, I did not.
If I have a thing of extension cords that is not plugged into a wall,
it's not analogous.
There would be no electricity because
it's not analogous
within itself.
Not analogous. That's my whole point. It doesn't matter if electricity comes from a wall. It doesn't matter if electricity comes from a wall. It's not analogous.
How?
Because the electricity is dependent on something before it, isn't it?
What?
Generation. Do you know how electricity is generated? Do you know how it gets distributed to the house? There's a series of things that led to that electricity being able to charge that cable, and they're all part of the big set, the set of all things.
Okay. Is there a stopping point to that?
Again, I already told you no, which is why I was going to tell you I disagree with premise number 4 as well.
Stopping point to that process?
Again, no, because energy has always existed, not in an ontological status. I mean, the fields and gravity have always existed, and they produce the energy. So,
how do you know?
They're called fundamental. Why are they called fundamental?
Who calls them fundamental?
All of science, all of quantum physics.
Show me.
Okay, sure. In modern physics, a fundamental field is a primary invisible physical quantity distributed through space and time that cannot be broken down into simpler parts. That's quantum fields.
No, I said show me where they said energy is fundamental. Do you know what fundamental means?
I do, yeah. It means it can't be broken down into anything smaller, yeah. And I explained to you what energy meant, and
where
you're
you
still
getting that
confusing
from?
it. Again, do you think fields can be broken down into something smaller?
That's not what I'm saying. I don't agree with that definition of fundamental.
Oh, well then what's your definition of fundamental?
Necessarily exists. Like it exists as the most,
That's
as the most
fields.
basic.
Yeah.
Well, that's the assertion that fields are fundamental.
That's what we observe.
No, it's not.
Yeah, that's how quantum physics works.
I just gave you a scenario where like that type of energy wouldn't exist. If there was no physical things, how would it exist?
No, you didn't. Again.
Okay, so if there was no physical things, how would it exist?
Quantum fields are actually made of things.
Are they physical?
When they quantize, they are, yeah.
Okay, so then that is also lumped into the things I say are physical. Whenever I say, do they require physical things to exist? You
Wrong
yes.
again. Quantum fields must quantize to become physical.
What are they before they quantize?
Science is still trying to figure out, but they're not material.
Oh my gosh. So we don't even know if they exist or not. Have we ever observed these things?
We know they exist. I just showed you the electromagnetic field 5 minutes ago with a fucking magnet. This kindergarten stuff.
Wait, so what is it before it quantizes? That's what I'm asking.
Again,
you just said
science
you don't know, but you also
does
said you
not
showed me, so.
know. What we know is that they exist. We know that we can measure their behaviors. We know that we can even control the behaviors sometimes.
No, I'm saying you said that before they quantize, we don't know if they even exist. But you also said
I didn't say that.
Me.
I didn't say we don't know if they exist.
Okay.
I said we
So
don't know what form they're taking if there's some sort of like smaller particle within the field itself.
So how do you know they exist again?
Because we can manipulate them. We can see them. I showed you the electromagnetic field at least 7 minutes ago.
How do you know you're manipulating that thing?
Because you watched it fucking happen.
No, I'm saying you can say that that's what you're doing. I'm saying how do you know that that thing is what it is prior to it being quote unquote quantized?
Because we have electrons, we have photons, we know how they work, we know how they create fields. Have you ever seen an inductor? Do you know how fucking capacitors work?
Yeah.
We literally create fields using electrons every day. A fucking transistor, a MOSFET, the thing that gives you amplification is a field effect transistor. That's what the FET stands for. It's a field effect transistor. When you apply voltage to the base, it literally creates a field. This is pathetic, man.
Yeah, I agree. It is pathetic.
Yeah. So the problem with your syllogism is, one, you've got begging the question in premise number 2. And then premise number 3 is a duplicate. A dependent thing requires something independent for its explanation is a duplicate of premise number 1. Premise 4 says an infinite regress of causes cannot explain itself. And again, it's fundamental. It's necessary.
So it's okay. So you're saying that energy has always existed?
So what I'm saying is, yeah, based on everything we know from science. Now, if your God always existed, then it wouldn't explain itself.
Show me the scientist that said energy.
Does God have an explanation?
No. Can you show me the scientist that said that?
Oh, okay. So it is okay for something that's necessary to not have an explanation.
Yeah, but first you need to give the argument that it's necessary.
There you go. So not only is it necessary,
but
it's
first you need
it's
to
a
give
thing
the
we
argument for
actually
why you're saying it's necessary.
we actually know that it exists. Like we can manipulate it. We can feel the effects of it. We can measure it. When was the last time you measured God?
Can you give me the scientist that said energy has always existed?
Yeah, there's a bunch of them. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Yep.
We can start there.
I would say William Kenny would be one, although he believes in Sean Carroll's another one. Roger Penrose would be another one. Fuck, you even put Hawking in there. Also, to be sure, if anything at all existed in the material sense or in the matter sense, gravity exists and it would cause energy. It causes things to move. So we have endless amounts of energy in gravity.
Energy relies on all these other things that rely on other things to exist. That's all you're telling me.
No, they go back to a fundamental necessary source.
Which is what?
I just told you what it was.
No, you didn't.
The set of all things.
Which is what?
The set of all things. It's self-explaining.
The self of all that's crazy. The set of all things is self.
What do you think the definition of the set of all things is?
The universe.
Yeah, you got it. Do you need further explanation? Yeah, you can also put in Edward Tyron was in there. Fucking Hoyle. I forgot about Hoyle and Hartle. That's why they got the Hartle-Hawking theory. This is bad. Alan Guth, Roger Penrose. I already did Roger Penrose.
If there was no universe.
William Kenny's on the list, obviously. There's a lot of scientists that say this.
Be energy. You're just telling me they say it, but they tell me. Show me one.
You asked me to name a scientist that agreed with my proposition, so I did. And now you're saying, "Oh, you're just saying it." I'm saying it because you asked me to. This is pathetic.
Show me on the screen where it says that they believe that energy is eternal.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. We can just do that.
They would also have to believe that the universe is eternal. They don't believe in God. So go ahead.
Like almost no physicists believe in God. That's just like a numerical fact. Do you not know about this?
How do you know that?
Because numbers work.
Go ahead.
Do you not know how numbers work?
Because numbers work. Okay.
Be rough.
Just go ahead and just show me the physicist or whatever that believes that energy is eternal.
Okay. Do you know what the steady state theory is?
Nope. I just want you to show me where the physicist says that the energy is eternal. That's all you got to do.
It's crazy. It's crazy that he wants me to now quote mine the actual physicist in the fucking book that they have. Yeah, he won't actually get. He'll never give me one piece of evidence for his God. I have to literally go into the field of physics and tell you exactly what they said on what page they fucking said it, because you're too dumb to give me an argument and any evidence for your God.
I think intelligence is evidence of God.
Sounds reasonable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think intelligence is evidence of God.
No, it's not.
How not? How so?
Oh, why would it be? You have to support it.
What else
explains intelligence? You can't just make claims and then say why not. That's not how that works.
Well, you said no, it's not. So you're also now having to show me why it's not.
I need support for that. Stop burden shifting, coward.
Yeah, because nature, do you believe that nature has constraints? Or reality has constraints?
What do you mean by constraint?
As in anything is not possible. Metaphysically anyway.
I mean, there are some things that seem implausible.
No, I'm not saying, because I don't want this to be shifted into what's logically possible, because in that case, then a lot of stuff flies. I'm saying metaphysically. So
yeah,
given what we know about reality,
that would be logical. Metaphysics is logic.
No, it's not.
Jesus fucking Christ. This guy doesn't know any words.
No, you don't. So how about this? Just since you want to be smart.
What do you think metaphysics is?
Is it possible for you to...
He doesn't know. He doesn't know at all.
Is it possible for you to produce a unicorn?
No. Every cluster of galaxies, every star, every atom had a beginning, but the universe itself did not, was a quote by Fred Hoyle.
I didn't ask about the universe. I said, can you show me where literally energy is eternal?
That's part of the universe.
Okay, so then you're saying that energy relies on the universe? That's the conclusion.
It's part of it.
Okay, so then show me where the
you might be the dumbest guest I've ever talked to.
In order for energy to be eternal,
definitely the dumbest.
Would have to be eternal.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, you fucking nailed it. Yeah, good job. Space-time's eternal, bro.
Energy relies on the universe.
No, it doesn't rely on the universe. Energy is a measurement of the universe. Again, I already explained to you what energy is, and you fucking failed.
Oh, goodness.
Energy is a measurement of what? What is energy?
Could energy exist without the universe?
It is the universe. What do you think energy
the
is?
universe. Who told you that?
You're never gonna answer the question. What is energy? I already explained it 3 times. What do you think energy is?
I don't know. I don't know how you defined it.
I fucking said it 3 times. Oh my God. It's a quantitative property of matter and things that are actually submatter, like even quantum fields. If it has any change, that change can be a quantity. We can enumerate it, and that's what we call energy. Energy isn't a thing that just exists. It's not a thing that you can put in a bucket. We call energy energy, but if you actually know science, we're not referring to a thing, we're referring to a process. Energy is a process.
So exactly. So energy relies on other things to exist. Therefore,
the universe. You fucking nailed it. No, energy doesn't rely on it. Energy is a concept that we came up with to describe what the universe is doing.
I know. So then you can't use it. It's like you're trying to play the word game to get out of the actual conclusion.
I'm helping you to understand how words work because you don't know any words.
If all you're saying when you say that energy is non-contingent or eternal, is just saying that because the universe is eternal, therefore energy is eternal. That doesn't work.
Yeah, that is what I said. Thank you. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay, what within the universe necessarily exists to make the universe as a whole eternal?
The universe. And also we know that the fundamental nature of quantum fields don't decay. Neither do electrons, by the way. Electrons never decay.
Do quantum fields uphold the universe?
They are the universe. They're the foundation of the universe.
Everything is suddenly the universe now.
That's how
quantum fields are the universe. The universe defined is the set of all things. So the set of all things is quantum fields.
Particles come from quantum fields. Particles make atoms. Atoms make matter. It's not hard.
Do they sustain the universe?
The universe doesn't need sustaining. It just is. It already exists. It doesn't need sustained.
Okay, so then God just is.
No, I didn't say just is in its existence.
You literally
I said
just said that.
Not in its existence, in the fact that it doesn't need sustaining. Something that exists doesn't require a sustainer.
How do you know it doesn't need sustaining?
Why does it need a sustainer?
Because everything within it is contingent.
Prove it. Prove that something contingent needs fucking, what do you call it again? A sustainer. There we go.
Power within itself.
You don't even know what the word sustain means. Holy shit. This is bad.
Because
what do you think sustain means?
Within itself, you're shifting the goalposts.
What do you think the word sustain means? You don't even know it.
Can you deal with that? Because it doesn't have power within itself. That's how I know that they need something else outside of themselves to grant their existence.
What do you think power is? You're using words you don't know.
Now you're just saying, oh, he doesn't know what this means. Deal with the argument. How about that?
I did.
No, you didn't.
You're using the words wrong to support your argument.
How am I using the words wrong?
Because you don't know what they mean. You're misusing the words.
You're asserting that I don't know what they mean.
You don't.
Show me how.
Which I had to explain it to you 5 times.
Show me within how I used it that it shows that I used it wrong and I don't know what it means.
Fucking say it again. I already forgot which word was wrong.
Now you forgot which word was wrong.
And you forgot what you said. So it's going to go both ways.
I'm going to restate what I just said.
I don't think you will.
The reason I say that the universe is contingent is because everything within the universe is contingent. And then you said, well, okay, well, how do you prove that contingent things, right? A set of contingent things need something outside of itself to grant its existence. And I said that because contingent things don't have the power within themselves or the actual
power. There we go. What do you think power means?
Power can mean different things.
What is it? How do you use it?
Ability, capacity, etc.
So it has the ability to cause things.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ability.
So say it again with just the ability to cause things.
Contingent things don't have the ability to grant themselves their own power.
Oh, now it's self-causing. So you're just
to be the case.
So now you're just going. So now you're just going back to premise number 1.
My point? No, I'm not.
Actually, premise number 2. Actually, premise number 2 is every member of the chain is contingent. Then the chain is contingent.
Yes,
it's bad.
It's by definition, it has to be given the power.
I've never
Otherwise, it wouldn't be
seen the
contingent.
composition fallacy deployed so many
Okay, so deal with
times
the
in
argument.
one conversation.
If it had the power within itself, then it wouldn't be contingent on anything. That's the very
again,
fact that it's contingent means it relies on something else.
But again, I already told you there are things that appear to be non-contingent in quantum physics. So, and I also told you that the set is non-contingent. The set itself, you've not given one single argument for why the set is contingent. Meanwhile, like philosophy has passed you up a long time ago. This is a composition fallacy.
Oh, wow. So where does the power come from in a contingent set?
So you're never, here's what we're going to do. You either fix the composition fallacy or we're done.
Yeah, we're going to be done because you can't deal with this. Where does the power come from?
We're done because you're committing a fallacy and you won't correct it.
Okay, so if it's a fallacy, show me by answering this question. Where does the power come from in a contingent set?
It's irrelevant. I'm trying to tell you right now that what you've done is a fallacy in philosophy.
It's not a fallacy because you can't answer.
It is. It's called a composition fallacy. Yeah, it is.
So, okay, how about this? To be fair, we both have positions. My position is that based on like inference and logic, there would have to be something that exists independent of it in order to grant it power in the first place. But you're saying, no, it doesn't need that power. So then my question is, okay, so let's be fair. Where does the power come from?
You just keep ignoring that the universe itself
I'm trying to be fair.
is necessary.
Where does the power come from?
And it's always existed, meaning it's an infinite cycle of causes.
I don't believe that. I'm saying,
literally,
does the power come from?
Well, you don't have to believe it. That's my answer. The fallacy of composition is an informal fallacy that arises when one infers that something is true of the whole from the fact that it's true of some part of the whole. It's a composition fallacy. We will not move forward until you fix the composition fallacy.
It's not a composition fallacy.
It is.
No, it's not.
It is. I'll read it again. The fallacy of composition is an informal fallacy that arises when one infers that something true about the whole, something is true about the whole, meaning the set, from the fact that it's true about some part of the whole, the element. That's a composition fallacy. That's what you've done. So until you fix this,
it's only a fallacy when you can't,
until you fix it.
Can't give the
until you fix it, we can't move forward.
I'm not saying that because
we can't move forward until you fix it. He'll never fix it.
Individual parts are contingent, that it therefore means that the whole is contingent.
All right, we're getting off the merry-go-round. You're as dumb as you were last time we talked. Let's see. I don't even know what to write in my notes. Gave a shitty syllogism.
It was so long.
That was neither sound nor valid.
Yeah, check Discord, by the way.
Check what? Oh, Discord? Oh, yeah. When a religious person joins and you know that you're about to hear the stupidest shit you've ever heard. Yeah, that's what we just heard right now. It's crazy that like you can call them out for a composition fallacy 10 times.
Specifically the emoji. If they have the emoji in the username.
Oh, true. Yeah. If they have an emoji in their username, you know there's going to be some bullshit. I'll never understand why someone can literally commit 3 different fallacies within their syllogism and then still think that we're going to move forward. Like somehow we're going to prove the syllogism true. It's embarrassing. It wasn't sound, nor was it valid. Oh well. Friends, I'm going to read just 2 super chats, and then I'm going to get our last guest in here, and then I'll read the rest of the super chats. Guitar Atheist, my friend, good to see you. I'm donating $20 to drop this Phil bro before he gives me a migraine. I'm sorry. I only kept him up long this time because last time we talked, it was short, and he was just a fucking clown. And this time I wanted to get him on a clip that's longer that would just embarrass himself. So I think we got that clip. I'll post it eventually. And everybody on the internet can laugh at him repeatedly making composition fallacies over and over and over again. And then literally demanding that I quote like book and page of scientists. Also, Robert, thank you so much for the $99 super chat, my friend. I really appreciate that. Energy is the ability to do work. Yes. And that ability is granted by movement. Work is movement, and we calculate it in joules, basically. So yeah, we're saying the same thing. I understand that that's a popular way to describe energy, but I think it's easier just to say it's change, right? Let's get XXNDDD from the YouTube queue and hopefully have a better conversation than Saint. How you doing, XND?
Hello?
Can you hear me? Uh-huh.
Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so are you aware of the argument from motion? You want me to give a syllogism?
Yeah, everyone knows it. I'll just cut to
Okay,
the
do you just
chase.
want me
It's turtles all the way down until you can prove that infinite regresses can't exist.
No, because I'm talking about vertical causation
Did we
instead of
confirm the age
horizontal
and religion?
theories.
Fucking now he
So,
thinks vertical and horizontal causes. Oh geez, these Philbros are
there's gonna be.
obnoxious. What do you
Do you
think
want me to
of
explain
vertical?
why?
What do you think of vertical causes?
So it means y only moves basically because no. So y moves z only because x moves y. So I'm saying
No,
is that x? No, let me. Okay, so let's use Aquinas's actually argument. So the hand moves the stick, that moves the stone. So the stick only moves because the hand. No, so wait, what was it? If I remember correctly, the stick moves
are
the
you trying to
stone
refer
only
to
while.
direct and indirect causes?
No, I'm talking about essentially ordered and accidentally ordered series.
Here's the deal. If you're going to use a bunch of your philosophy 101 words in this live stream, I'm just going to stop you and make you explain every fucking one of them to the audience. So you can either talk like
Okay,
a
I can
normal
explain.
person or I can cut you.
Okay, let me explain. So basically, there's going to be two types of series. So there's going to be, for example, the father has what's called a son example. Those types of series can go on infinitely. So these types of series are called horizontal. So this is something that the Kalam cosmological argument would use. So these type of arguments, for the sake of argument, we could grant these type of arguments, they themselves could what's called go on infinitely. So these are the type of arguments that the Kalam cosmological argument would use. But I'm using the argument from motion, which is essentially ordered.
It's the
So I'm
same
saying
problem.
it's not, because essentially ordered causation has its power
It's the
derived from
same
the first
problem because it
actual
assumes that
actualizer.
infinite regresses are impossible.
And no, I can explain why infinite regresses are not possible.
Yeah, go ahead and do it. I'd love for you to do
Okay,
it.
so in the horizontal, what's called vertical change, right? Father does not. Father can die, and the son can still exist. So it does not matter for the first thing that caused the son, for example, to exist. The son can exist after the father themselves exist. These
This
ones you can't logically.
this doesn't address infinite regress. You're gonna get to the infinite regress.
I'm about to explain why the vertical now. Those horizontal ones, the reason why they can have infinite regress, maybe is the case, possibly, is because those ones don't require that thing that caused that thing to exist to be active. But in vertical theories, that, for example, y needs to be active for x to exist at all. If y does not exist, then x itself cannot exist.
Buddy,
So, for example,
nobody's gonna follow your bullshit XY stuff. Just use real words or I'm gonna cut you.
Okay, so the stick moves the stone only while the hand moves the stick. So
Yeah,
if the
we
hand does not
agree.
move the stick,
Yep.
so
We know
this is
how
called
causation
ontological
works.
dependence. It's called
We know
ontological dependence. This is not temporality.
we know how sticks and stones work. Get onto it.
Yeah, it's the ontological dependency. So what I'm saying is the stick only moves the stone while the hand is moving it. So the stone is only moving because the hand is moving the stick.
Yeah, it's
Just
happening
one, the stone is
simultaneously. I agree.
Okay, so now we got that down. So it's called vertical series of causations. These cannot have what's it called infinite
Why not?
regresses, because these ones needs its power to move, for example, to be derived by the thing it has first. So these ones, if the series is
It
infinite,
was derived by the thing before it.
yes, that only if it's that first thing's actualizing the what's called power to move that thing. That means the
So
first thing
if
needs to
you move a
continuously.
rock with a stick, you realize that the stick was moving before the rock, right?
No, if the stick is moving the rock
Yeah.
continuously, the
If
rock
you
only
poke
moves
a
while the
rock,
hand is moving.
if you poke a rock with a stick, the stick was moving before you moved the rock.
No, I'm saying is a stick is
Yeah.
continuously moving the rock.
It's
This
crazy. He
rock
doesn't
can
even know
only move in so much.
how like sticks work. Do you think sticks move things without moving?
No, I'm saying is the rock itself is only moving because the stick is moving, and that stick is making that rock move because the hand itself is moving that stick.
I agree. Yeah,
So the
and it's an
power.
infinite chain of causes. Now
Okay,
tell me
now
why
let
an
me
infinite
explain.
regress isn't possible.
Because these type of ones need that the second. I'll talk about this. The move in this case, the hand itself will be the first member of the series. The
Never
second
gonna get
member will
it.
be the stick, and the third will be the rock, will be the
What
stick,
came before
right?
the hand?
Anything else like a human, it really doesn't matter. I'm just gonna
Like
start
an
with the
infinite
hand.
regressive causes, maybe?
No, I'm gonna explain why that's not gonna work by using these three things, and then we can pull them backwards then. Okay.
This is pathetic.
So, okay, if you're not gonna let me talk, then
just do the typical rebuttals like Hilbert's Hotel or some nonsense,
no, it's
and
not
I'll
gonna
tell
be
you why it
Hilbert's
doesn't
Hotel.
work.
Hilbert's Hotel, it only works if you're gonna talk about horizontal. This is about vertical. So the reason why this, for example, the hand's moving a stick, which moves a stone. The stone only moves if the stick itself is moving. That means the what's it called?
Is there a
the stone
cause?
itself.
Is there a cause that made the stick move?
Continuous causation, not
Was
what's it
there
called?
was there a cause before it?
Yes, it's continuous, by the way. It's
Was there a
continuous
cause
all the way
before that?
through. Yes, continuous. Now let me explain
Was
why
there
it
a
can't
cause
be infinite
before
regress.
that?
Let me explain why it can't be
So it's
continuous.
just a chain
It
of
can be
causes
infinite regress.
then.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
it's gonna be a
Chain of causes. Infinitely then,
Now
yeah.
let me explain why. Because each member itself needs to be actualized for the next thing to be actualized. This actualization is continuous. So all the power is derived
forever.
from the first member. Yes,
So
all the power is derived.
what you're doing
no,
is
that's the case.
you're
No, let me explain.
confusing what you're doing is you're
No.
confusing the two different causations. You're saying because if you continuously push a rock, the rock moving and the stick moving are happening simultaneously, and we're just going to call that a different type of causation. But it still doesn't mean anything because prior to that causation, there was another causation and then another causation.
Yes, that's active simultaneously.
So
that means the rock itself doesn't.
So movement has been happening simultaneously essentially forever. It's an infinite regressive movement.
Why.
Because
Let
gravity
me explain
exists.
why that cannot work.
It does work.
Okay. No, I'm gonna explain why it doesn't work. Because the rock only moves as much as a stick is moving it. So the rock itself has no power to move itself. It's only moving because the stick is giving it the power.
Yeah, it goes back.
So these type of cases, no, let me explain why I can't go back. Because to go back would mean that's driving from this point. It only drives from this
what
point,
point?
this point, this point.
What point?
From the point A to point B to point C.
What's
A is
point
the first
A?
point, or what?
What's point A?
Point A would be what's called. It can be anything, to be honest. If we can go back to quantum fields, whatever you want to talk about, doesn't really necessarily matter about this case.
So an infinite
And
regressive
it's going to go
causes.
back. No, it's going to go back to the first actual actualizer. So this being, we can
Why
call
would
it,
I?
is not
Why
going
would I think that there's an actualizer?
Because let me explain why. Because this is what we were talking about. These powers
You're just
for a rock to move
you're
itself.
assuming now. You're assuming that there's no infinite regress and there must be an actualizer.
Let me explain why.
This is
Because
really
each
bad.
power itself is derived. No, you're not going to let me talk. Let me explain. So each itself power for the rock to move itself is only derived from the previous member of that series. So that means itself does not carry that power to continue moving it forward. Now we're going to contrast this to the horizontal, which you're confusing actually. The horizontal
I'm not
one for the sun
confusing anything.
where the father makes the sun. The sun doesn't exist, can exist separately from the father now. So it has its own power eminently. So it does not rely
Friends,
on the
this
father.
is what
But if it is
happens when you study philosophy and fry your brain, and then you can no longer think. You can't even use your rational thinking capacities. I'm saying something very simple. There's no reason to believe that you can't have an infinite chain of causes, and you've done nothing to combat that.
Okay, let me explain. I've been explaining and you just keep on interrupting. Do you understand what it means to have power derived from something else, from previous member from the series?
Called causation.
No, this is not ontological dependence. Can you define ontological dependence then?
No, it's
First thing we should do,
I'm
actually.
talking about causation.
No,
Ontological
causation does not
dependence
imply
means
temporality.
that its existence relies on something else, but that's not what we're
Yes,
talking
that's
about.
type of causation.
That's
No,
not what we're
that's the type
talking
of
about.
causation.
I'm
That's
not
the
talking
type of
about that.
causation. This is the
I'm not talking
causation I'm
about that.
talking about.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Vertical series. No,
You should talk about what I'm talking about because I'm not talking about that.
But I'm talking about this because this is vertical series, ontological dependence, buddy.
I'm not talking about ontological dependence.
But this is what I'm talking about because my argument for motion
Well,
relies on ontological dependence, which is vertical.
At no point in time have I ever said anything about
But you're engaging with
ontological.
my argument. This is my
It doesn't
argument, but
matter.
you're
Your
trying to engage
argument
with
doesn't
it.
engage with what I'm talking about. I'm talking about infinite regress. If your argument
Yes, I'm
doesn't
explaining
engage with
why
that, then that means that you didn't address the infinite regress. You're just saying words to say words.
Let me explain why infinite regress can't actually work with ontological dependence. But every single time I try to explain that, you just say, "Oh, infinite regress, we can expect this to go infinitely." Tell you why I
I'm
can't expect this to go
not
infinitely.
talking about how something comes into existence. I'm talking about causes.
Yes, causation. This type of causation is ontological dependence. There's different types of causation if you did not know that.
Is it ever going to address infinite regress or no?
Okay, let me address infinite regress. Do you understand what ontological, what's it called, dependence is?
Yeah, we already talked about that. Go on.
Okay, what's ontological dependence? I didn't catch you if you
It
define ontological
depends on
dependence.
something else for its existence, which is not what I'm
Yes,
talking
so it's
about.
dependent thing. Which is dependent thing. So
For
what
its
did when the case when
existence,
the stick
I'm not referring to
no
existence.
and for its
I'm
potentiality and
referring
actuality.
to movement, causes.
I'm not talking about potentiality and actuality. I'm
I'm
not
talking
talking about
about
what you're talking
causes.
about. Well, I'm talking. My argument deals with potentiality and actuality. Okay, I'll just give you the syllogism if you didn't want to, because we should have went
Sure,
to the
yeah.
syllogism.
Give me the bad syllogism. P1, buddy.
Okay. P1, change is real. They agree.
Oops, sorry, that's the wrong thing. I need the notepad. All right, premise 1 is change is real. And how are you defining change?
The actualization of potentiality. Let's keep it simple.
I don't think that I would even agree with that definition.
Oh, would you not agree with that definition?
Because change is literally anything that was different from the moment before it.
Yeah, so does change come from non-being? Does from non-hot come hot? Like the
Obviously,
Parmenides paradox?
you have to exist for you to change. Yeah.
Yes, and what's that state called? That's it's not totally non-existence, but exists like.
Called
I wouldn't necessarily say it
existence.
exists. So no, let me explain what I mean by potentiality. So imagine let's for example, a stove that is hot, right? Hello?
I didn't hear what you
Can you hear
said. Friends, this is your brain on philosophy.
me? I felt that, but can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, well, okay, let's see. Water is basically, it's not hot, right? It's not actually hot.
What do you think hot means?
Just
These people.
molecules moving incredibly fast.
There you go.
Molecules
Yes,
moving
hot
incredibly
is
fast.
when atoms are moving and changing in position at a rapid pace. Yeah.
For example, what's called water at room temperature. It's not actually hot. It has the ability to become hot, right?
It
Would you
has the
agree?
ability to have the atoms move. Yeah. Yeah, atoms can move.
Yeah, so it has the ability to become hot.
Yeah.
Good. So
But
water
you're
becomes what's
but
it called?
you're going to do something that maybe no one told you before.
Hello?
You're going to use the word ability as though it has ontological status.
What do you mean by that, I guess?
Ability is not a property that exists. It's what we describe something that could happen.
Yes, and that's what I define as potentiality.
Okay, there you
The
go.
ability to become
So
hot.
change is real, meaning we could just call it
That's what act and potency mean.
different states. We agree that different states happen, right?
Sure. For example, water going from a state of being hot to the state of being cold.
That would be a change. Yeah, we agree that those
You agree with
processes
that?
happen.
Did you agree with that so far? That's my
Uh,
second premise. So
I
I'm just
think
defining what changes.
what you probably
Which is
should
that.
say is that change happens.
Okay, change is real. Change happens for the first premise. Not that really matters specifically for this. You can write it as anything you want. That's gonna be the first premise.
Mm-hmm.
And the second one is going to be change is the actualization of potentiality. That means the water being potentially hot, it's not actually hot given it's in room temperature. So it's going to cause it to go from the state of being cold to hot is going to be something else applying what's it called? Active potency. Active potency to
You're just
make that
describing
water hot.
change.
Exactly.
You're just describing change.
I need
Change
to
is
describe change.
when something's different, but now you're using the word ability probably wrong. Now you're going to say that
Okay.
ability is a property of things, and I don't think it is.
Okay, so something already actual cannot actualize it. Do you agree with that?
It can continue doing the thing that it's doing.
Yes, but to go from that state to another state, it requires something else to go to that state. So water itself cannot become hot. It requires something to add the ability
I
to
don't believe
become
so.
hot. So water can just spontaneously become hot.
No, I'm not talking about water. If you have a body flying through space, is it changing?
Spatially, yeah.
Is it going to slow down?
Not necessarily, but I don't
Does
require
it
to slow
does
down for
it
my argument.
does it have the potential to go on forever?
I guess in space, well, yes.
Is it currently happening at that same time?
Yes.
So
And
sometimes potential and
not
kinetic
sometimes.
are happening at the same moment. Isn't that wild?
It's just about inertia, bro. My
Which
argument doesn't
means
care about inertia.
change is not always just about actualization and potential, but this is going to get into real dumb pettifogging. So let's just go to premise 3. We all know this argument. Go ahead.
No, you said so basically it's continuously changing because it stays in motion because of inertia. Was that your objection?
Just I'll grant it. Go to premise 3.
No, we need to focus on
Just
why inertia doesn't work. You're gonna keep on sticking to this point.
it's
So let's
it's not
actually focus on why inertia is gonna
it's
work.
not inertia. It's a conservation of energy.
Yes, let's continue moving on forward because it's continuously moving. Because nothing itself is gonna stop it from stop moving.
You
Newton's
got
third
it.
law. Now let me explain why what's it called? It doesn't work. Because what is motion in inertia?
Motion is change of position.
Yes, but what did I define? What's it called? What did I define? What did I find? What's called active potency as?
It's basically what we're talking about: the potential
No, it's the
and the actualization.
actualization of a potential. So
I just said
gaining or
that.
losing something? No, actualization
Yeah.
of potentiality is not about the motion. I'm talking about
Potency is potentiality.
no, they're distinct because potency is all
Something that is
what's called order towards
potent
act.
has the ability to do something.
Yes, the ability to come into existence, gain or lose properties, and stuff
No,
like that.
not in standard English.
No, this is
See,
Aristotelian metaphysics.
This is why we again, this is your brain on drugs. You have to
It's
use
not
words
brain on
now.
drugs.
You have to
So basically,
reuse.
English word. No.
You have to reuse words in a way that are non-standard. The definition of potent describes something that is incredibly powerful, strong, or effective. It applies to various contexts ranging from physical strength to influential ideas.
Search up act and potency in what's it called? No, let's just search up potentia in Latin. Search up potentia in Latin.
But listen, I don't have enough time. I'm already late. What I need you to do is give me your premises, and then I'm going to tell you why it doesn't work.
Okay, sure, but okay. So change is real. First premise. Second premise, change is just the actualization of potentiality. 3, something already actual must actualize it. 4, hierarchical. This is hierarchical causal series, not horizontal. So this is about vertical causation, which is ontological dependence, not what's it called a horizontal.
Well, then we're talking about the wrong thing. This premise does not address what I'm talking about. Then your syllogism does not address what I'm talking about, so none of it matters.
No, because you're saying that why does God exist? I'm giving
none of it
you
matters.
what's it called?
Nope.
Why does not matter? You just said infinite regress, but you
I'm not talking about why something exists. I'm not talking about why something exists.
I'm talking about why something exists at any given moment right
how
now.
it exists. How does it exist? Not why does it exist.
No, I'm asking for why does it exist at something continuously exists. That's what I'm talking about.
You broke up. No one heard you.
Why does something continuously exist? That's what my argument is addressing.
It would be the same reason. It'd be the same reason why your God continually exists, because it's necessary.
No, it's because it has no potency. It's all pure
It's because
act.
it's necessary. There's no such thing as pure act.
No, it's because it's pure act.
There's no such thing as pure act. Pure act is a nonsense word that has no meaning. Because if you have pure act, it means you have absolutely no causal power. None.
That's not what pure act ever meant, buddy.
It is. It means that everything about that thing is already actualized and is actualized forever.
No, it means nothing. So basically, it means it cannot be acted upon by another. There's a distinction between active potency and passive potency.
Oh, Jesus
no one ever
fucking
told
Christ!
You about that? No, there's a distinction between passive potency and
if you
active
want
potency.
to if you want to refer to some subset of a definition, you got to start there.
Okay, so passive potency means the ability to be acted on by another thing. So basically, if I can act upon the what's it called water, so water itself would have passive potency to be changed by something. Active potency refers to the ability to do that. So the fire would have active potency.
And
so
does God have
when
active
I say
potency?
God, yes, because pure act only entails God. No.
Then he's not purely actual. Then
No,
he's like
no,
purely.
You understand.
He's purely actual in the other definition.
There's no other definition because pure
Yeah,
act
you
only
just
entails
broke down
has no
pure act
passive
into two
potency.
different types. So
No,
you're
pure
saying
act.
God is
No,
pure
you haven't
act
even let me give me.
only in the passive sense, not in the active sense.
No, there's first of all, what does pure act mean? According to
Is
Aquinas,
God
Aristotle,
pure
Advaita,
act in both senses, passive and active?
pure act only refers to one thing, which is
I'm going to
itself
need
as
you
no.
to say yes. Is God pure act in both senses or one?
What do you mean both senses? Only one definition of pure act. That means it has no act
I
and
just
potency composition.
I just
That's
told
all
you.
pure act
I just
means.
told you. You said pure act has two methods, two modes. One's
No, pure
passive and
act
one's
does not
active.
have. No, it's not. That's not what I meant.
That's what you said.
Potentiality. There's two different senses of potentiality. There's passive potentiality and active potentiality.
Yeah, we know.
Active potentiality is causal powers in the Aristotelian sense.
Yeah,
The ability to cause other stuff.
we
Pure
agree,
act
but
only entails
we
that it has
agree
no
that
passive
passive is
potency.
you're being acted upon.
Yes, pure act only entails there's no
Well,
passive potency.
which
It can have
kind
active potency.
does God have?
What do you mean, which kind?
Does God have active potency or passive potency?
You're gonna say if it has active potency, it's not pure act, but you're actually
I'm just going to
misunderstanding.
ask you to answer the fucking question. Which type does he have?
What do you mean? God is pure act. That's all I'm gonna say. Pure
Act
only
of
shows no
what?
passive potency.
Passive or active?
Pure, it's in no passive potency. That's what pure act is defined as.
Okay, so what you mean is God has all of the active potency, but none of the passive.
There's no such thing. No, that's not what pure act entails. Do you know
That's literally
act
what you
potency
just said.
composition is? No, do
Literally
you
just
understand
said.
what act and potency composition is?
This is crazy.
No, what's act and potency composition?
I'm not doing word games with you, or
This is not a word game.
tell me what this. I'm not doing philosophy trivia.
Okay, active act and what's called potency composition would be itself water. Water has the potency towards being hot, cold, different states.
You're
It's
just
in
saying nothing
potency
at
right
this
there.
point.
Notice how he's not gonna.
So my
what's it called?
definition of pure act actually just matches the definition. It says the concept of being that is entirely actual, possessing no potentiality, limitation, or capacity for change.
Capacity for change.
That's identical.
Immutability.
That's
Now
identical
search up
to what I
passive
said
potency.
earlier.
No. Search up what's the difference between passive potency, active potency.
I
And does
don't
pure
need
act have
to.
active potency?
Don't
No,
care.
because you're gonna realize or refuse your
Don't
argument.
care.
Because if
Nope.
you search up, if it has a difference between what's called passive potency, active potency, because if God's active potency, he has the ability
Buddy,
to what's
none
called
of this,
active on each other.
none of
anything
this
acting on itself.
at all addresses the syllogism that you have. None of it.
I mean, you're trying to what's it called? Say, okay, let's continue with the syllogism.
Yeah, we're still waiting
And
on
we could deal with
P4.
the. Okay, so where have you stopped writing at? Because I'm not sure where you
I need P4.
stopped at. Okay, P4 hierarchical causal series cannot what's it called? So each actualizer itself requires actualization unless
Say
itself
that.
is pure act.
Slow the fuck down. Okay.
Okay, so
Say it
P4 is
slowly.
going to be hierarchical causal series. So each actualizer itself requires actualization unless it is pure
You
act.
said two things. Give me a single proposition.
Okay. If a what's it called object, for example, X, for example, is
I
a
don't want
composition
an
between
illustration. I need you to give me the proposition.
Unless it's pure act, something cannot actualize itself.
Okay, so let's say things that are not pure act cannot actualize
itself.
Very good. P5?
P5 would be concurrent actualizers cannot go on infinitely. Otherwise, there would be first no mover, and there would be no motion.
There is no first mover. I already told you. I told you at the beginning of this argument where it's going to fall apart, and you haven't addressed it once.
But we need to finish the syllogism before we start addressing the problems with
all right,
the
give me P5 again, and I'll tell you the same thing I told you when you first came up.
Can we just finish the syllogism with the conclusion at P6?
Yeah, I need P5. It's not written down yet.
P5 will just be no infinite regress, and we can talk about after we finish the conclusion why that follows.
I told you at the beginning of this argument, this is where we're going to get hung up at. You could have skipped all of that and went right to P5. I told you.
Okay, so no infinite regress. Okay, so what's your objection to infinite regress?
Let's first. I don't have an objection. You need to support that you can't have an infinite regress.
Okay, so you're just saying is that there's no reason to think that infinite regress is not possible. Is that why? So I have to
Yeah.
prove to you infinite regress are not possible?
What's the support?
Okay, so basically there's just gonna be hierarchical causal chains, and there's gonna be what's it
Oh,
called?
Jesus
It's
fucking
called
Christ.
vertical and horizontal.
He's never gonna get to it.
No, let me now explain.
All right.
So horizontal, are you aware of a horizontal vertical series are? Or horizontal series are?
I'm just gonna fucking hang up on you. You already went the horizontal vertical bullshit and it didn't do anything for your argument. And now I'm like 30 minutes late. So what I'm gonna do is actually just fucking read the rest of my super chats and close out this live stream rather than talking to your dumbass. That's crazy. Imagine being that kid thinking that like you're really smart because you're just using a bunch of words. Crazy. So Philosobabble idiot can't figure out how an infinite regress is not possible. I literally opened with that. The minute he told me his fucking argument, I told him that it's going to address the infinite regress. We could have skipped there and saved 30 goddamn minutes. Rachel, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, I have so much respect for M's. Islam is thumbs down, and I'm fucking with you on that one. It's a terrifying religion. MB says, can someone tell me about this Leo guy? He's wild, but I haven't clipped him yet, but I'm going to have like 5 clips of Leo. I'll post them all in a series. Don't worry. And Sonic Shroom says, my farts are organic. Well, I mean, that's true, actually. I would imagine so, yeah. And DD Main, thank you for your donation, friend. And also MB says, nuke versus coughing, baby, odd debate. What? Nuke versus coughing? Puke? You mean puke? Hold on. I'm sorry, MB. This one is escaping me. I apologize. And Make the Best of What's Around says, bears his holy arm equals suns out, guns out. You got it. You absolutely fucking nailed it. Roy, thank you so much for the $3 super kitty. I appreciate that. And Ellie Els, great to see you. It says, didn't expect a Christian to call God, Jesus, self-serving. True, actually. But he is in the Bible. They're very self-serving. You worship me, or some shit's going to happen to you. Tim, good to see you. Says, Justin flipped off a pre-sup so hard, he sprained it. That's what it is. That's exactly what it is. You fucking pre-suppers. Every pre-sup argument is nonsense, and every one of Aquinas' 5 ways basically fails on infinite regress. Julie says, how do you get over the fear of eternal torment? Thanks. Oh, well, I don't believe in it. So, Julie, when you fully deconvert, you're going to be as much afraid of the Christian hell as you are of the Muslim hell, which is 0. So what that means is that you're still not fully deconverted yet, but it'll fix itself, right? MB says, Alex, provide an argument. Alex, it's been a while since he was up, but Alex was not going to provide an argument. In fact, I didn't even write him down in my notes. MB coming again, thank you, says, Christians keep telling me my lifestyle is wrong this month. Well, yeah, they're going to do that. My boyfriend and I respond by making out harder. This is funny as fuck. Yes, if someone says that you're doing something wrong, just do it more. If it's just your God says it's wrong, then who gives a fuck, right? Gentleman Viking says, Justin, triangle equals pyramid equals Egypt equals best equals cat. Obviously, the triangle is a metaphor for a cat. Gematria, rock hard for Doug, gay for Justin, and ASMR is fucking a great new hashtag. I love it. And Gentleman Viking, I really appreciate that. And I agree with you on the greatness of cats. There's no doubt about it. And Gematria, I was hoping someone would catch that. What in the hell is Jumanji BS is this? Yeah, unfortunately, that gentleman, he heard words that somebody spoke, but he didn't understand them. Now he's trying to repeat them. It's just not pretty. Chris Over says, I've actually been in combat in Iraq, and actually it started my deconversion. I didn't cry out. True. And there's a creator actually on TikTok called the Foxhole Atheist. You might want to check him out too. Listen, there's a lot of people, when they see the horrors of war and like what is really happening in the world, a lot of people are like, there can't be a God. No God would allow this. You know what I mean? Especially what happens to civilians, the innocent people that are just out there trying to live. Ontological Shock says, I once passed out during a breathing exercise and I didn't cry out. I was too busy fainting and figuring out where I was when I woke up on the floor. That's exactly it. In fact, when I was a kid, we actually used to make each other pass out on purpose. We had a kind of a game for it. It was wild. And we would purposely cause, I'm going to say hallucinations. When your air gets low, you have a hallucination. And I still remember it because mine were super fucking short. When I go out, it's just blackness. But my sister, I had a sister who that wasn't her experience. She always hallucinated something. And eventually she's like, nope, not doing that no more, because she saw something terrible when she passed out. So it really depends on, how your brain functions. Some people, it's just going to go black and nothing. Some people, when they lose oxygen to their brain's going to do all kinds of crazy shit in reaction to it. Guitar Atheist says, how are we supposed to have evidence on something that's never happened? That's what's up. That's what's up, exactly. And Madly says, I like your imposter theory for a resurrected Jesus. I think it's a good one, and I think it goes back a long ways. What do you think happened to the imposter since Jesus ascended into heaven? Okay, so that's the problem, right? The imposter comes along, and the imposter says, hey, actually, I'm Jesus, I'm alive. But remember, Jesus just eventually fucks off. He's just gone, right? So if you have this imposter, most likely this imposter was just fucking around. And he just eventually fucked off. And that was it. There was lots of imposters. The Nero imposters were plentiful. There's at least 6 of them that we know of that the Roman government. So it looks like a number of people were doing it for gain or for doing it as a trick. Zalmoxis did it for a trick. So it just depends on who you are. HTG says callers 2 brain cells fighting for 3rd place. That was the last caller, actually. I'm concerned what philosophy is doing to young people out here. Donkey says all the biblical coming. Is that why the Shroud of Turin is crusty? It is. And it happened for so long. That's why it's bloody as well. You have to temper yourself. You got to pace yourself. MP says identical twins, therefore God love it. Yeah, I mean that's the new argument. At least I'll give them credit. That is a brand new argument that we've never heard, and thank fucking God it wasn't Aquinas' 5 ways. I will never understand why Christians get up here and assume we don't know Aquinas' 5 ways and want to go all the way through it, even though we fucking tell them, I can tell you ahead of time where it falls apart. Let's go there. MP says, respect Justin's time, please, guys. True. I love all my people, but please don't request up unless you're opposition. We have Q&As for that. We'll be having a number of Q&As coming up in the near future. That's what those are for. And Mike says, loving the vids lately. Oh, thank you. Curious if you believe in stance independent morals. I've heard Ian give convincing arguments for it. So I mostly agree with what Ian is saying. The only difference is I'm not a Platonist, so I don't think that morals have independent existence, even though I do believe that morals should be based on logic. Like we should develop our morals based on logic. But I don't know, for me, if that gets you to independent ontology. So my personal opinion is that morals are developed by the human brain and we develop them logically. And so that's, kind of how we do things. But again, like Ian is brilliant, right? So like, just because he and I don't see eye to eye on this doesn't mean that he's wrong or I'm right or I'm wrong and he's right. There's just one area where we just, we disagree. And maybe one day he'll be a nominalist and he won't be a Platonist. Who knows? MB says, why don't you just call tag bros low IQ and move on? You know what? I would, MB, if there was a fucking Christian in the box that would debate. I had nobody in the box. I had to keep the Philbro up. I didn't want to keep the Philbro up. I had nobody else to talk to. If other Christians don't call in, we have to take these, half brain celled Philbros. We're like scraping the bottom of the barrel for some reason, which is weird on a Friday night. You don't get that on a Friday night, typically. Simeon Urchin says, in celebration of Pride, I want to get this right. Probably because actually the sun's out and we have good weather finally. People aren't stuck on their computers. That's probably the fucking reason. I need to stream later when they're home, but I can't for my own schedule. But it says, the celebration of Pride, I want to get this right in my head. In the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, isn't it more of a lesson on proper hospitality and not about sexual immorality like most people say? So, Simeon, there's a division here. I think it's both. I think 1, hospitality, and 2, sexual immorality. Now, you've got some folks that still want to be in the Bible camp, and they don't want to say that the Bible is against homosexuality because they either are or they have friends who are, and they don't want to, hurt their friends. And so they do this weird hermeneutic where it's like, well, Ezekiel said this, so it must only be about that. But if you read the context, it's clearly about more than that. In Judges 19, the parallel It was the same thing. All these wicked men wanted to sexually assault another man. It's weird when they have these really wicked people, they talk about immoral sexual practices because that's how you demonize a people group. Just like Lot and his daughters. Why were the Ammonites and Moabites so bad? Because look at this bad sexual practice that started the lineage. So I think they're using this sexual practice as one more thing to demonize these people with. That being said, like, if the Bible is like against homosexuality, take it out back and just fucking burn it. You don't need that shit. Chogitsu says 666, Hail Nero, Saint is so embarrassing. That is the case. Also, I did, upon request, do a mug in the merch shop for Hail Nero. It's in there. And I made some items for M's. I've got a Sure mug, a Habibi mug, and I've also got the M's bat signal. I'm going to redo that one on a black cup, I think. And then I also got a hat that says, Are you stupid? And every time you buy something from the merch shop that is M's related, I send the money to M's. So big W, support our friend M's. And Cruisin says, did you hear about the Philbro clown? He offered up a syllogism. Good. I've heard this joke a couple of times now, and every time I love it. Rock hard for Doug, simply whatever shared, and gave for Justin's. Well, thank you, my friend. And MB says, I'm losing brain cells, Justin, make it stop. I'm sorry, MB, I would. You know I hate Philbros. I had no choice. There was nobody in the guest box to move to. And I didn't want to move and just be like, oh, I guess we're just not going to do anything now, right? I could have put my camera on over here. We could do kitty cam for a while, right? That's a possibility. In fact, let me get kitty cam going here. Let's see, kitties right there, and where are kitties on the vertical stream? Kitties there, and they're not cuddling with me right now, but he is. Volta is over here catching flies. Show yourself, buddy. Tell him you said. Oh, now he's not. He's already caught the fly, maybe. Oh well. If he catches one and eats one, I'll let you know. But both the Volta and Faraday are expert fly and mouse getters. They're phenomenal. Game Guy says, I love how Saint asked for experiments that he knows he doesn't have the education to understand. That's true. What the fuck's he going to do with it? He's not going to read the paper. And he's going to read the paper and be like, well, that's just your claim. Yeah, the guy who did the experiment that left you to the data. MB says, lie plus deny equals Saint's argument. You nailed it. Saint basically is doing like a brain in a vat argument for everything. Like, you can't know anything for sure. Prove that. Meanwhile, the dude believes in a fucking magic wizard in the sky. Good question says, title idea, Paul abolished Jesus for Christ. Wait, Paul abolished Jesus for Christ? Oh shit, I think he got it. I don't know what that means. Good question. And
I think like maybe Paul like removed Jesus from the books and replaced him with Christ. Like the whole like Jesus before Christ thing.
I don't know.
Christ before Jesus. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm not a mythicist, so I don't know. I'm not sure how I would approach that.
Wouldn't this just mean that Paul is like telling the story of Jesus from his own perspective to make it fit the Bible?
I mean, the problem is Paul is telling things from his own perspective, but it contradicts the rest of the Bible, you know? Anyways, Dogen Techben says, hey, Saint, if you are unfortunate enough to have a brain tumor, will you go to a faith healer or a doctor? True. Yeah, he's not going to a faith healer. He's going to go to somebody with an education. And fucking amazing says there's a difference between being stupid and being ignorant. Saint fits both definitions. My patience ran out when I heard his name. True. Indeed. And Gentleman Viking says, if God exists, he is included in the set of all things. And if that set is contingent, God is contingent. True. You know what, Gentleman Viking? At one point, I was working towards that, and then I fucking forgot it. But the set of all things would include God. But I suspect what they would have said is, well, at one point it was only God. And since the set is only one thing, it's not a real set, I think is probably where they would have went with that. I don't know. Good point, though. And Andy Houtling says, got some money to spend on books, looking for things related to prior origin stories from the Bible. Any ideas? Rock hard for Doug and gay for Justin. Well, Andy, absolutely. I would get Who Wrote the Bible by Richard Elliott Freeman. I would also get The Composition of the Pentateuch by Joel Baden. And then I might also suggest almost anything by Mark S. Smith would be phenomenal. And then after that, I got more suggestions, but I don't want to overload you. Flanker, the artist formerly known as Flanker420 is now Flanker130. Thank you for the super chat. Says, best example of a Philbro that learned a bunch of words and does not know any of the meanings. You should have charged for that education you gave him. True. Like, they get attached to the arguments, but they don't know what the arguments are doing. Kurt, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says P1, put everything that isn't God in a bucket. P2, you can't put the bucket itself or inside itself. C, the bucket is God. That's an interesting point. Put everything that isn't God in a bucket. Sure. You can't put the bucket inside of itself. So yeah, you can't put an element, or you can't put the set inside of the set. There's a name for this. The set can't be an element of the set. There's a name for this. Matt D told me about it a while ago. Yeah, and conclusion, the bucket of God. But that's an argument that they'll actually run. I actually have a version of it myself on the deconstruction cheat sheet, but it's kind of like tongue in cheek for the Doug or for Tooth Fairy, I forget. Another one from Uvu Lagon. Premise 1, Philbro enters. Premise 2, audience becomes bored. True. Premise 3, time begins moving slower. Absolutely true. Premise 4, Almighty Doug, please shut this Philbro the fuck up. P5, dead stare. I know, it is true. It's all true. And I apologize. I didn't want to entertain these idiots. I just didn't have anybody else in queue, and nothing's more boring than not talking to a guest. So I guess we had to talk to them. Get your Christian friends to call in. Not the Bible, Jason. Good to see you. It says, was skimming Daniel 2, 41 through 42 today, as one does, and thought of you. Are you a Etzbea man? God bless. Now I have to. I actually forget Etzbea. I have to look that one up. Holy shit! Let me get that one.
Do you have a Hebrew keyboard?
I do on my phone, and on my desktop. I have a virtual keyboard with Hebrew. That's what I use because I'm taking Hebrew classes for conversational Hebrew, and that's typically what I do. Jason's fucking crazy. Okay.
Oh, what happened?
The root word means toes. This is fantastic.
You're gonna have to answer the question then.
As it turns out, I think the answer would be no. I'm not really into feet or toes. Oh no. Listen, I'm just happy that I've motivated Jason to start learning Hebrew. It's fantastic. A common word in the Hebrew Bible is regel for feet, but you don't hear toes too often. I have to brush up on some of my less known words. Kurt says, every time Saint comes up, the conversation goes absolutely nowhere. He needs to go on a list of frequent callers that are exhausting to listen to. True. And again, I'm sorry, I wouldn't have kept him if I had someone to talk to. My hands were tied. I'm going to put a note in here for don't let up for very long. Oh, fuck. My finger thing's fucking up my typing here. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, we're good there. Fucking amazing. Thank you. It says, if the Bible is against homosexuality, why does Joseph have two daddies? True. Saint does listen. He just doesn't understand a fucking thing. That might be true. He might be so dumb that even what he hears, he just can't comprehend. That's a real thing. And Dylan says, Saint, I'm going to ask a ton of unrelated questions that you'll refute, but I'll disagree, and then affirm garbage like extension cords that plug into the Great Wall. Therefore, Magad is real. I mean, he tried at least. I would say it was a novel illustration. And holdingmyarmsout.com says, if someone is interested in investigating the paradox of God's properties, does that make them Epicurious? Oh, Jesus. That was a good joke. I've not heard that one. That's brand new. Thank you for that one. And Chip, thank you for the super chat, buddy, says, Justin, make Saint read the Bible, please. He's so flaccid, not even Doug can help him. So I was hoping he would actually get through his dumb fucking argument so that I can just pivot to the Bible and cook his ass on the Bible. But if I brought up the Bible in the middle of the conversation, I've talked to him before, he would accuse me of pivoting and then we wouldn't get there. So I was trying to just fast forward through the bullshit so we can finish it and then get to the Bible. But you're right. Cooking him on the Bible would have been much funner. And Proficient Noob says, Saint is what happens when dumb people cosplay as being intelligent. He's frustratingly ignorant. He is the definition of the Dunning-Kruger effect, for sure. And Superb BHS, BHS, like the Biblia Hebraica? Okay. I'm donating $5. Sorry, I'm poor to dump this dude. Well, you $5 is $5. It spends. It'll buy some fucking French fries for my boy. And he loves French fries. So don't worry. You don't have to be sorry. Anything that supports the channel matters. And fucking amazing also says, what donation amount to never take Saint again? I'm sorry, I wasn't reading these during Saint. In reality, I people have been asking me to get a monetary value to drop somebody, and I haven't done it because the algorithm on TikTok has changed. It's hard to get guests now. So if they're not coming through YouTube, it could be a tough time. So maybe I don't know, maybe I'll think of something. Perhaps, I don't know, we could find some activity to do when we don't have a guest. A long time ago.
Go ahead, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, it's okay. I was saying a long time ago, before the channel was bigger, it was really difficult to get guests, when your channel's small. And so we would do like Bible trivia between guests, and that was fun. But what are you saying, bud?
I was going to say, how about you go live earlier? Because you and Ian go live at the same time.
Oh,
like 10 minutes
shit. Yeah, I could do that. I'll check into that. Yeah. It's just for June and
because Ian just finished his live like as soon as you dropped the other guest.
Yeah, I figured as much. Okay. Yeah, I'll start it earlier. That's probably a good idea, actually. We cross over a lot. Joshua Everett says the very bottom turtle stands right on the ground, which sits upon the top turtle, then another turtle until you get back to the bottom sandwich. True, that's what I'm saying. It's turtles all the way down until you hit the sandwich, although the sandwich is on the back of a turtle. So a Guitar Atheist says, Justin, sometimes you need to just let them go. I know, I'm sorry, I couldn't. I had nobody left. I get it. I know if you're in the audience, you don't know who's in my queue, and you're like, why the fuck has he had this guy in so long? It's because there was nobody to replace him with. I have to wait for somebody to join the queue, and I apologize. I know it's painful. I couldn't do anything about it. Kurt says, I missed a big portion of the live and came into Phil Bros yapping endlessly and saying nothing show. That's what happened, actually. Yeah, it was nonsense. And Phil Jenkins says, from the famous Russell Copleston debate, 1948, every man has a mother, therefore the entire human race has a mother. Classic fallacy of composition. So too with contingency. Yeah. Listen, I wasn't sure what else to tell him. Like, listen, it's an actual fallacy. It really exists. It's in the literature. You're committing it, which means you have to stop committing it before we can move forward in the argument. Bobby Ellis says, the Philbro voice moves my hand, which moves the drill towards my temple. Indeed, my friend. And Alter Angel says, he's not even talking about causation, dude. You're being extremely obtuse. He's talking about contingency, not causation. Alex O'Connor talks about it. Well, I'm not being obtuse. So the argument from change, the explanation, this contingency just says something has an explanation. That explanation is what caused it. So it's an argument of change. That's what it means, right? So I get it that like you like to watch philosophy channels and you can't break down the concepts in the simpler terms. That's what philosophy does to your brain. I break them down into words that we use every day. I don't use the dumb philosophy words when somebody gives me a syllogism. I'm just going to use the word in modern popular English that is the equivalent. So just look up, let's see, Wrong button. Synonyms for synonyms for contingent. Conditional, dependent, subject to, propositional, depending upon. If you depend upon something, then you're in a causal chain. You're depending on the thing before it. And again, we weren't talking about dependence of ontology or existence. We're talking about infinite regress of causes. Brian Peck says, why do Thomists refuse to learn philosophy and physics younger than 850 years old? Vertical is just very close, temporally spaced, horizontal causes. I mean, true, I understand the difference he was trying to make, but it's irrelevant. Because all we're saying is that, first of all, I don't know of any horizontal cause that exists forever. There could be one, I don't know of it. Maybe fucking gravity is. But when I say an infinite regress of change, I'm literally referring to the causes and the effects. That's what change is. Basic sure, good to see you. It says, is room temp a subjective or objective syllogism? I feel like I'm learning philosophy against my will. I'm sorry. So some of the problems we have here is people, when I describe like the universe existing forever and I use some words, a lot of people don't know what those words mean, and then they use them wrong, and then I feel compelled to explain. Just like the word energy, people are endlessly using the word energy wrong because they think energy is a fucking substance. It's not. It's a measure of change. So I don't know. It's tough. I'm sorry, Base Shara. It is rough. I would never wish a Philbro on any of y'all. But you know they run in packs. You get one, you get another one. Then you get another one. And then they all crash out in the comments when you critique their syllogisms. Brewer says, I dozed off and woke up to this nonsense. So I thought I'd send you a super chat from Sprout in pick. Oh my goodness. What a cute little pup. For you having to deal with this Philbro BS. Ugh. You know what? I didn't want to. I didn't sign up for that shit today. When I woke up in this morning, not once did I think I want to do philosophabble with an idiot on the internet. That wasn't happening. And TL Pineapple, good to see you, my friend. Hope you're well. I'm behind. Well, I don't know how much you're missing. I'm behind, but the man demanding a scientist who says chemical reactions can produce consciousness, that would be Churchland, who's a philosopher and neuroscientist who focused entirely on this problem. Oh, I better look that up. Thank you. Let's see. What was the name? Churchland? I'm going to look into this because this is a topic that does come up. Patricia Churchland, I think, is the person we're referring to. And she is in the field of philosophy of neuroscience, and she's got a website. And she probably got books. I'm going to fucking read it. Hell yeah. Philodragon, thank you for the additional super chat. Most philosophers reject act potency metaphysics. Thomists have an uphill battle showing that useful language indicates a metaphysical fact. True. So that's why the Thomists, I have to repeatedly correct like their verbiage because they're using words that might have meant something to Aquinas, but they don't mean that to us today. And so the problem is like, yeah, you can depart from like popular philosophy and have a niche opinion. You're welcome to do that. Sometimes I have a niche opinion. But like, listen, like act and potency is not a complex term. And again, I don't think that potency is a property that anything has. You can say that, like, I don't think properties exist either. I'm a nominalist. So you could say that something, I don't know, has the potential, right? But it doesn't even have it. What we would say is there is a potential, or the potential for this to do that seems to be true. But potential isn't like a property that exists somewhere. We're just describing the ability to act, and Simeon or the ability to be acted on, or the ability to act. Simeon Church says the nuclear bomb versus coughing baby thing is a meme about a fight being absolutely one-sided. Oh, I didn't know that. Guys, I'm out of the pop culture loop. I'm sorry. Let me look this up. Baby coughing nuclear bomb. Some people probably got it. I didn't. Okay, the hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby is an internet meme in power scaling, debating character strengths, and joke this. Oh, interesting. I'll have to look up some of these memes and get acquainted. Thank you for the update. And Rex Betancourt, hope I got that name right. These people make me want to start drinking just to see how they sound. True. Once you get a little bit of alcohol into you, there's gonna be a want, want. They're not. It's just gonna go right past your ear. No one's gonna actually pay attention. And Ontological Sock coming in again says, any thoughts on the idea that early Christian baptism may have attempted to nearly drown those being baptized to induce an NDE? If that's happening, or if it did happen, I don't know about it. It is an interesting thing, but I think the Christians were not doing NDEs as much. I think they were doing like visions. So like even in the work of Julian the Heretic, he says that Christians go and hang out at tombs hoping to catch an experience or a vision of a ghost of someone who died, right? So I don't know if they were seeking NDEs in that particular way through baptism, but it might be true because in the time they were using substances to do that, or even gases at certain places. So you might find that in like one of the temples where the oracles were. There's a was it the I forget the name of the temple, but it's a pretty popular idea that an oracle in ancient Greece was basically huffing fumes from the earth to get high to do oracles. Isaferia says, what do you call a bad, dismissive, theistic response to the problem of suffering and evil? The idiocy! That's good. That's a play on theodicy, and you definitely get a rim shot for that. That's good, buddy. A contradiction with a set containing all sets is called Russell's paradox, and it is derived from naive set theory. Thank you. That's what it was called. I just forgot the name of it. Russell's paradox. I try to lock that in. Thank you. Thank you. And Brian says, the Bible was seemingly written by foot fetishes. True. That's why God is always saying, take your shoes off. Come on. When he was at the bush, take your fucking shoes off. Joshua meets the commander of the army, take your shoes off. This God is into foot stuff. I'm telling you. Last super chat from Ed Wright says, I hope this can go towards some ice cream or any treat of choice for you and your son. Thank you, Ed. It absolutely will, and I appreciate that. It will probably end up going to gummies, like gummy worms, if I had to guess. I tried, mostly in vain, every summer to convince him to eat ice cream, and he just won't. He's a stubborn 7-year-old autistic boy who doesn't like new things. Not even ice cream.
When are you taking him to Egypt?
You know what? When he's older, I'd love to visit. Yeah. He looks super Egyptian too. He's
Does
a
he
beautiful
know
kid.
that he's Egyptian?
Well, no. He doesn't have enough development to even have that type of thought process yet. So we'll dialogue offline sometime about this. You'll know a lot about this because you're your field, but yeah, he's pretty high up on the autism scale. So abstract concepts are pretty difficult, and concept of time time and location is pretty rough. But friends, hey, thank you so much for being here. Ems, thank you for joining me, friend.
Thank you. Of course.
And
by the way, I texted you on WhatsApp. Do check it out.
Oh, got it. All right. Thank you. I'll check it after this. Friends, thank you so much. Buddy, I'll always have you up here. Have a good one. Get some rest. Friends, thank you so much for supporting my work. I super appreciate it. I really, this summer, by the way, I'm really focusing when my son's like sleeping to start working on get the book finished. So just know, people that are waiting for the book, it is underway. It's thick. It's a Hossie fella. So it's going to be really, really thick. That's why it's taking so long. I apologize. But thank you so much for being here, friends. I really love and appreciate y'all. We have the best community on the planet, by the way. It's a great community, and y'all are the reason why it's so great. Without the community surrounding the channel doesn't exist. And I've always been glad that when I got on social media, we already kind of had some community, And they like immediately when I got on social media, they found me and said, "Hey, you're part of this community now," and I love it. So, friends, if you need community, join the Discord. You can even join TikTok. There's a lot of amazing people out here to connect with that you can learn from and that you can be friends with, even if they're across the globe. So thank you and have a good night, friends. We'll be live again soon on Unapologetic Sunday morning.